Two, one, two, one, two, one, two.
Hi everyone. Just to let you know, we're going to start in just a couple of minutes. And just so you know, there's tea and coffee. There's different milks have arrived now as well, if you're so inclined. And just some housekeeping as well. We are live streaming and recording the session. So if you'd rather not be on camera, please talk to Owen, our tech guy in the back there, and we'll see what we can do about not having you on camera. We'll do our best. So just so you know, and you're aware of that. And I'll let you get back to your chat and your tea, and we'll start in about 2 minutes. Thanks. No, don't worry.
I'm sorry, I was
I'll
up all night.
Oh God,
I'm not really.
you poor thing. You're meant to be.
No, I got a couple of hours. It was grand. I think as you go on though, it's
This one is it? Fungal crypto.
Be able to pull all-nighters anymore.
Yeah.
It reaches a point.
I know. I mean, I've had ages to prepare, and I was still doing my slides last night as well. So.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I always think I'm the worst in the world. I kind of go, why did I do this to myself?
Oh, I know.
PJ's here. It's lovely.
It's this one, is it? Diversity Finish?
Finish. That's the word.
I'll pop it onto the desktop.
I remember somebody talking about boxing and if they heard new or still or something. I don't know. There's a couple of words that once you hear that, you know what. I'm not into boxing.
Okay,
so
no,
I don't
no
care.
idea.
But finish is, yeah, once I saw that. I think it's okay if it has IEN at the front.
Yeah.
Cute. It's not my good luck conquer.
Nice.
Conquer the world, Tower. Anyway, you can laugh and say, ha ha ha, I wasn't there to tell her to take that bit out.
Oh, no,
You'll
not at
correct
all.
me.
And I'll have, I'm telling everyone your last minute anyway, so there's lots of leeway.
Don't worry. I'll just rapidly skim over that bit. But the focus, Catherine, it's more general. It's quite like the IEN talk, because I haven't time to do much else except bring more things into it and take some things. So, but I will mention a couple of things. There's a lot of conservation done for fungi, so in Ireland, rock bottom. So, is that the main focus? Is it to kind of talk about what we can do, what we need to do
worries. I'll just pop this down to on, and then we'll get started.
Great. Okay.
Take seats, tea and coffee.
I'm deleting a few.
Oh, okay. I'm going to start now.
Yeah.
We're actually behind time, so.
Are you good? You happy?
Put out a lot more as well at this stage. Okay. Hi everyone. So we're going to kick off now. Feel free to continue to grab your tea and coffee throughout. It'll be there for another 15 minutes or so, and then we'll break for lunch as well at 1:15. So I'll just give you a quick overview of what's going to happen today and who I am. My name is Catherine O'Toole. I'm with the Irish Environmental Network, and thank you all for coming to our biodiversity gathering. It's great to see so many faces in person. It's fantastic as well. And we are live streaming the session as well, so thank you to all who are joining us online too. And I hope we can get some really good discussion and conversation going and learn a lot as well about our different subjects. So as you'll see, we have had a change of speaker very last minute. So I hope you got the email last night. But instead of Paula Kearney, we're going to have Maria Cullen, and she's going to be speaking to us about an aspect of biodiversity that isn't really spoken about that often. She's going to be looking at fungi and mushrooms in Ireland. So these are really fascinating things, and they're really the kind of building blocks of a lot of kind of ecosystems and stuff like this, with lots of really interesting new information coming out over the last few years. So I hope you're not too disappointed about Paula, and that you'll be able to get lots of information from Maria. So before that, we have Ursula King. She's going to give us an introduction to biodiversity. Then, as I mentioned, Maria is going to talk to us. We're going to then break for lunch at 1:15, and that will be in this room as well, with lots of time to mingle and chat. Then we'll have a workshop, which is going to be a great opportunity to talk to each other and to people you haven't had a chance to yet in the room, and to gather the information from the room as well. It's really a knowledge share. You know, we all have so much information about what's happening locally and actions and resources that are out there already. So we're going to share all our knowledge with each other, and also then collect it and create a kind of a biodiversity booklet for you all at the end as well. So it'll be something nice to take away from the event as well. And then we're going to finish up the day with Eamon McLaughlin, and he is going to talk to us about hedgerows, and he's brought all the hedges with him as well. You can't be outside today, but we brought the outdoors in for you. So just a quick bit about who the Irish Environmental Network is and who I am as well. A lot of you will be familiar with the public participation networks and the local environmental networks, but that is part of my role at the IEN, is to engage with these networks and to encourage people to get involved. So just wanted to give you a quick overview of public participation networks if you're not already involved in them. They're a fantastic way to meet other groups in the county and also to take part in local decision making. So it's a really powerful way to get involved at decision making at that very immediate local level. So you can be a part of any group at all. It doesn't have to be an environmental group, social inclusion, environmental or community and voluntary, and you can sign up for free and take part in that. And there's one in every county. So we have a list of them there online at len.ie, but you can also just Google your county and public participation network and you'll find it there. And then a quick shout out as well to the local environmental networks. They are all over the country. There's one in most counties. And like the public participation networks, they gather people together to meet and share ideas and information. So they're really wonderful as well. You can have a look at the list of them there on len.ie. They're the ones that I know about. If there's any others, if you're involved with anything like that, do let me know and I can pop you on the list or on the map of environmental groups in the country as well. And for anyone from Laois, there is the inaugural Laois Environmental Network meeting happening next week. So if you're interested in going along from Laois, it's on Tuesday the 8th at 7 p.m. in the Parish Centre in Portlaoise. So just to let you know about that. And the Irish Environmental Network is, we are a network of 34 nationally active environmental NGOs. They work individually and sometimes collaboratively as well on issues of climate, biodiversity and environment. So they all do lots of really great individual work, and then together as well they work on various things such as the Citizens' Assembly. The Citizens' Assembly on Biodiversity Loss is happening at the moment. For those of you who haven't heard me prattle on about it before, I will do so now. And for those who are sick of hearing about it from me, I apologise. But we'll have just a quick word about the Citizens' Assembly. It is one of the reasons we're hosting the biodiversity gathering, another being just to meet each other and talk after 3 years of online meetings and events. So at the IEN, we've been doing a campaign to get people, to make people aware that the Biodiversity Loss Citizens' Assembly is on. And what it is 99 citizens have been chosen randomly to discuss biodiversity and its loss and what they want to see done about it. And they've been meeting since the spring, and they've had various weekends where they've met together, they've had speakers in to talk to them, they've gone on different trips to see projects around the country. And they were going to come up with a list of recommendations for the government. So you might be aware of some of the other citizens' assemblies. There was one on the 8th Amendment and there was one on climate change, and they both had a very powerful direct impact. And the climate change one, bringing forth the Climate Action Plan from the government, was written after that. So just because the Citizens' Assembly is on doesn't mean there's going to be direct action from it, but it is a really good opportunity to get involved in a participative democracy, which is really important, and we're actually the first country in the world to have a Citizens' Assembly on biodiversity as well. So it's quite something and a really good opportunity just to have your say. So this is something that the IEN collaborated on, all the members, and you can see these are just the headings of the recommendations that the members came up with. I won't go through them all, but you can see them on our website, ien.ie. There's a Citizens' Assembly tab there, and it has all the information about the Citizens' Assembly, a link to put in your own submission and all the information. And you can take anything you want from our submission as well. You can use it for ideas or have a look at it there anyway. And so as I said, it doesn't mean that action will be taken, but it's great just to get your own piece in on it, and we'll see what happens, and hopefully there will be some really good direct action from it. This event really is the kind of the end of a series that we've been doing on biodiversity this autumn. We've had a lunchtime biodiversity webinar series going on, which ended just this week, but they are all available to watch on YouTube. You can watch back, and they're all fantastic, and that kind of they're on a huge array of topics. We had an introduction, we had freshwater biodiversity, woodlands, bogs, farming. We had all sorts of really amazing topics that were spoken about, and so that kind of brings me to just the wrap up from me. I just wanted to say a quick note on the kind of the vastness of biodiversity. And we have 3 amazing speakers here with us today who are going to share their knowledge on an area of it. And it can be quite overwhelming to, when you see biodiversity as a whole, there's just so much to it, and it's so much involved, and it's absolutely impossible to know everything about it. You can spend your life just looking at one little aspect, but it's still really fascinating to get this kind of general knowledge and general overview of everything. And the more you learn, or at least the more I learn, the more I realise kind of how much more there is to learn about it, and how interconnected everything is, from the glasses and the water on your table to the soil beneath our feet. It's all incredibly connected in very complex ways. So hopefully today we can learn a bit more about it, and together we can learn a bit more about how we can stop the loss of it and bring it back to our country as well. So with that, I would like to introduce our first speaker. We're going to hear from Dr. Ursula King. She has a background in horticulture and later in botany in Trinity. She has a PhD in plant genetics from the States, and at the moment she currently teaches plant science and ecology. She's active in community and voluntary work, such as the 4 community gardens that have been set up in Kilcock. So I'd like to introduce Ursula.
Hello everybody. Have to get used to this screen here and the microphone. It's lovely to see you all, and really looking forward to meeting you and talking with you during the day. And thanks, Catherine, for the introduction. I was going to give a little background, but Catherine's already done that. Just to say, the focus of a lot of my work has been on aquatic plants, such as this one here, and the genetics and the evolutionary biology of those plants. I have to say I have way too many slides, and so Catherine's going to give me the nod to tell me when to stop, because I could talk forever. So what is biodiversity? Well, the word first appeared in publication back in 1988 in this book here, which was a compilation of papers on a forum that was held in Washington. And really it was held at the time when there was sort of concern about the conservation, nature conservation, and the links with economic development. So E.O. Wilson here is kind of considered one of the fathers of biodiversity, and he's the editor of this book. We have a definition for biodiversity, and if you take a few moments to look at it, it looks very long, but it's really important that we get this definition correct, okay? It's the variability amongst living organisms from all sources, okay, terrestrial, marine, and other aquatic ecosystems, and the ecological complexes of which they are part. This includes diversity within species, between species, and of ecosystems. And I really stress this because if you notice, there's 3 levels here we're talking about. We're talking about ecosystem diversity, or we could say habitat diversity. So we have all the different ecosystems around the world. You know, we have deserts, we have our bogland habitats here, etc. Species diversity, the whole host of species that we have. And I just want to point out that most species still await description. And then thirdly, we have genetic diversity. And this is sort of the level that's often maybe forgotten about or people don't really understand. So I've just put together 2 slides on that, and I'm going to step through them and just try and give a little bit of explanation to that. So this is a plant in my garden. It's a hellebore. I actually got it as a seedling, one single seedling many, many years ago. Stuck it in the garden, and here we have it as it is today. When I look at that plant and look at individual flowers on the plant, I've taken a few photographs, you can see the variation in the flower. Oh, there's not an awful lot, okay? This plant, I suppose, it's around about 15, 20 years in the garden, but it self-pollinated itself. I know that there are no other hellebores like this anywhere close to me. So it self-pollinated and produced a range of plants. And last year I went out and I just took a single flower from each plant and photographed it. And this is the range of variation over the different generations growing in my garden. And you can see there's quite a bit of variation there. So that's from one single parent plant and the mixing up of the genes that were in that parent plant, and then over generations getting mixed up. We see the different variation. Today, those plants are all well adapted to my garden. They're growing very well, okay? In the future, I don't know. Weather conditions could be more severe, or a disease may come and may wipe out some of them and leave others to pass on their genes to other generations. So I suppose I put this up to illustrate that, you know, even at the level of the flower, we have a lot of interactions going on between genes. But remember, there's a whole ton of other hidden variation as well that we can't see. So how the plant actually grows, etc. Just to say that in the garden, I never actually notice any pollinators on this plant. It's not to say that there isn't pollinators, I just don't notice it on these individual plants in my garden. However, I do have another hellebore, and there's a picture up there of a hoverfly, a roan hoverfly, and that hellebore, a different species, is, what would I say, it seems to capture the hoverflies. It's because of the positioning of that plant in the garden, it's where they come to mate. And so at the start of COVID, just because the particular plants are in a lovely sunny spot, they would alight on the leaves and you could see them mating in flight over that particular hellebore. So how many species of organisms are there? And I take this from E.O. Wilson's Diversity of Life, 1992. We don't know. Not even, you know, an idea. Could be 10 million or estimates as high as 100 million. Large numbers of species still turn up every year. Of those already named, Over 99% are known only by a scientific name and represent a handful of specimens in museums and a few scraps of anatomical descriptions in scientific journals. We don't have time to describe more than a fraction of those pouring in each year. That was back in 1992. A more recent study, 2011, estimates that there's about 8.7 million species, give or take 1.3 million, with 6.5 million on land and 2.2 million in the oceans. Furthermore, the study said that a staggering 86% of all species on land and 91% of those in the seas have yet to be discovered, described, and catalogued. Of those known to science, about 1.5 million. We can look at the different groups. What groups make up the biggest proportion? The insects, by far, as far as we know. Other animals, and that would include various invertebrates as well as, you know, the bigger animals, the birds, the mammals, ourselves, but various other invertebrates, the worms, the centipedes, etc. The higher plants are those plants, the flowering plants that we know, and some of the mosses and the ferns are in there, another large group. The fungi here, and I'm sure Maria will have a lot more to say about this, a relatively big group. But if we look here at the bacteria and viruses in this illustration, you know, about 4,500 species. Is that likely to be correct? You know, we've no idea. Probably millions of species. Norwegian, more recent research using DNA from Norway found between 4,000 and 5,000 bacterial species in a single gram of beech forest soil. And the same study found a similar amount in a gram of sediment from shallow water off the Norway coast. And there was no overlap in the species, so they found entirely different species. So we have much to learn. What does a healthy biodiversity provide for us? Well, it provides a number of natural services to us, and we're all, I suppose, very aware of the term ecosystem services, the various benefits we get, protection of water sources, soil formation, etc. We also get, of course, many very valuable biological resources, food, medicine, etc. And of course, social benefits, recreation, tourism, etc. So I think we're all kind of more and more beginning to hear about ecosystem services and the services from nature and natural capital. And of course, natural capital accounting is becoming a very big thing. What is it really about biodiversity? Well, having healthy biodiversity is about resilience in a system, you know, the capacity to recover quickly. We depend as humans on a healthy biodiversity for our very existence, but we have a moral duty to respect the majesty of nature in its own right. And I think this is something I'm sure everybody that's here in the room and listening is you know, interested in biodiversity and biodiversity loss. But it's something that I and others would be very concerned about, that perhaps, you know, we're giving too much of a focus and not actually thinking about nature itself. So how do we study biodiversity? Well, we have a group of people called taxonomists. They discover species, learn to identify them by differences in their different traits. They look at anatomical characters, DNA, behaviour, the habitats they're in. They attempt to understand the overall context of where the species are, the biogeography, so what's rare or what's common, etc. We have the ecologists then, who study the relationships between plants and animals and the environments that they're in. And at this point I might ask, has anybody ever heard of a taxonomist? No. One or two yeses. So you can see here a paper, joint call from the Convention of Biological Diversity on recognising the critical role of taxonomy to underpin transformative change, which is the kind of change we need within the post-2020 global biodiversity framework. Taxonomy is the fundamental scientific discipline underpinning biodiversity discovery and understanding. Taxonomy must be recognised and fully integrated into all components of the global biodiversity framework, and development of capacity in taxonomy is critical to the successful implementation of the global biodiversity framework. So, in case I don't get to the end, I'll make the point now: we need more taxonomists and field biologists. So how did we get to this species diversity? Well, it's been the result of 3.5 billion years of evolution of organisms, resulting from complex interactions between climate, geology, including various glaciations, the soils, other biological life, etc., a number of factors. We have species with worldwide distributions, for example, the killer whale, the orcas, cats, dogs, humans. Or you might be familiar with the common reed, Phragmites. It has a global distribution, a worldwide distribution. Then we have species with much narrower distributions. And we might look at endemics, those restricted to particular geographical areas. And one example of that would be the Irish marsh orchid. And you can see the distribution map down the bottom there for the Irish marsh orchid, endemic to Ireland. We have what we call generalist species, those that use a wide range of resources. And we have specialised species, those that need very special resources or requirements. So we must keep all of this in mind when we're talking about species diversity at that level of the species. So as I say, a number of interactions, and I've just put up a few pictures. We were talking there, and we've definitely got a couple of people way more expert than me on this in the audience. But, the underlying geology, when we look at Ireland and what we have to think way back millions of years when continents were sliding around the place and crashing into one another, to look to the formation of Ireland. So I've just put up a couple of images to reinforce that, when you go to different parts of Ireland, as we know, you'll find different underlying rock types. If you're in Wicklow, you will be on granites, and if you go to the Burren, you'll be on limestone. And I suppose the picture here of Loch Shinny, which I certainly wasn't aware of until putting this together, you see, so Loch Shinny is in North County Dublin. You can see really clear evidence of that strong clashing together of the continents. And so making up the underlying geology, rock type, and therefore the soils in Ireland. Of course, we had the major glaciations and the retreat of the glaciers, and that has had a huge impact as well on Ireland. So you can see Ireland down here on the bottom left-hand corner. And, we see loads of evidence of glaciation in the landscape, but I just put up a couple of images, and I suppose one, the middle there, the top is Pollardstown Fen, and down the bottom to, I suppose, just sort of cast your mind back to a period when, there was way lot more water covering Ireland. And here, a stone from County Offaly called the mushroom stones. I don't know if anybody's ever seen them, and you can see evidence. I don't know if, will my pointer, it's not going to come on the screen, but you can see evidence in the stones of when water was at a much higher level and, splashing against and eroding the stone. So a number of different factors, as I say. Again, climate, and of course, our lovely oceanic climate here in Ireland on the edge of Europe makes us unique. And, again, if we go to the Burn, the karst landscape there, we can see evidence of, the rainwater interacting with the limestone to cut out this wonderful landscape, which is, botanically speaking, very, very important. Again, humans have had a huge impact, and we see evidence of human impact on the landscape. And if anybody ever gets the chance to visit the Cage Fields and the Heritage Centre there, it's well worthwhile visiting. But right down to even more, I suppose, relatively recent times, in the formation of our hedgerow systems, and Eamon will talk a lot about that later today. So all of these various factors, have combined to give us the various habitats that we have and the resultant species. And I'm a little bit biased in the species that I have up there. I'm kind of, it's not an overall well distributed, it's basically the photographs that I could pull out. But I suppose the fascination, and for me, the one I've kind of put in the centre there, the blatherwork, those tiny little circles that you see, it's a water plant, are tiny little blathers that take up organisms from the water and digest them for food, okay? So, as I say, it's not possible, and I guess I just want to say it's really just a representation of some of the photographs, but we, so much diversity. Do we know all that there is to know? No, we don't. We know quite a lot for, the higher organisms, but in terms of soil biodiversity, fungi, there's a lot more that needs to be done. So certain areas need an awful lot more work. Therefore, we must conserve our high nature value habitats and ecosystems to support the variety of species that live there, plants, animals, lichen, fungi and other microorganisms, and conserve the genetic diversity within those species that have adapted over a long time to conditions in Ireland. This genetic diversity will make them more resilient to future change, diseases, and of course climate change that we're all aware of. And I suppose it's reputed that Leonardo da Vinci said this: we know more about the movement of celestial bodies than about the soil underfoot. Well, not a lot has changed. So just a brief, and I'll skip through these quickly, a brief sort of background for anybody that doesn't know about our protected sites, because I often get asked this question. So we have what's known as the Habitat Directive, the EU directive, came into law in Ireland in 1997. The main aim was the conservation of biodiversity by requiring member states to take measures to maintain or restore natural habitats and wild species listed on various annexes to the directive, to keep those at a favourable conservation status. So as I say, there's a number of annexes. Annex 1 deals with the habitats that are to be protected, and Annex 2, 4 and 5 deal with species. It's one of the most important pieces of legislation governing the conservation of biodiversity in Europe. So these are sites that are of European importance and species. The Birds Directive, actually the Birds legislation was much earlier, but was revised then in 2009. And I guess we have the birds people to thank for a lot of our protected sites. So I just put up a little bit of background here, and I'll flick through it quickly. As I say, Annex 1 is the habitat types, whose conservation requires the designation of SACs, or special areas of conservation. Annex 2, animal and plant species, whose conservation requires the designation also of special areas of conservation. And then Annex 4 deals with animal and plant species in need of strict protection, protected wherever they occur. And 5 is animal and plant species whose taken in the wild and exploitation may be subject to management measures. At a national level, our basic designation for wildlife is the natural heritage areas, okay? And these are areas considered important for the habitats present, or important for holding species of plants and animals whose habitats need protection, or sites of geological interest. And to date, we have, as far as I know, 75 raised bogs given legal protection, 73 blanket bogs, and we have 630 proposed natural heritage areas. However, these were proposed on a non-statutory basis back in 1995, and so work is still ongoing to assess whether they'll be given full designation. Some of them are tiny, they might be just roosting places for rare bats. And the Geological Survey of Ireland is compiling a list of geological and geomorphological sites in need of protection. And then finally, we have our national parks, our 6 state-owned or 7 state-owned national parks. So just an overview, as I say, the European legislation covers the SACs and the SPAs, and together they form this Natura 2000 ecological network. Then we have the national sites, the NHAs and the PNHAs, and the national parks. And for anybody interested, your county development plan or local area plan should all list these sites in your area. So how are we doing with our most protected, you might say, sites, our EU sites? Well, we're required every 6 years to report on the status, and our most recent report lists only 15% of habitats in favourable condition. These are our most protected, theoretically, habitats. And the trends aren't looking too good either. I'm happy at the end if anybody wants to email me. I have a number and I don't have time to go through them, but there's a number of articles linked if people are interested in reading them. I'd also recommend one great book if you're not aware of it already, and it's Whittled Away, Ireland's Vanishing Nature by Pádraig Fogarty. And he deals in a lot of detail in terms of the marine environment and the national parks. So good to, it's an excellent book to actually see, what is actually happening in these areas. So what are the causes of biodiversity loss in protected and unprotected habitats? Well, numerous factors, and I suppose overall we have to consider global population growth, you know, in terms of global biodiversity loss. And I guess, you know, if you just go back and look in the 1950s and what was the world population then, you know, about 2.5 billion, we're expected next year to reach 8 billion people. So my lifetime in a little bit. Intensive agriculture, certainly here in Ireland, our forestry policy, increased urbanisation and development in general, invasive species and increased global trade and movement, pollution, mineral extraction, climate change, of course, and fossil fuels. And increasingly here in Ireland, tourism is impacting on our habitats. And again, in an overall context, you know, our wasteful consumption and this what's known now as the increased flattening of the world. So as we get more people moving around the globe, aspiring to a westernised, wasteful lifestyle. In terms of global biodiversity loss, we have to realise that 2/3 of the people on the planet had no responsibility for us. It is very much our Western lifestyle. In terms of EU and national policy, how has that been responsible for biodiversity loss? Well, you know, definitely several actions over the years, and one driven by these policies. Back in the 1980s, we saw a huge blanket bog destruction because of increased headage payments for sheep, where basically the sheep stripped and left the ground bare, and you know, subsidence happened then. And more recently, until the present cap, no space for nature. So, you know, if you had rough or scrub areas on your land, you weren't getting paid for them. And of course, more recently, back in August 2021, we had the publication of the policy document in terms of Food Vision 2030 and agriculture and where we were going. And many of you here are probably aware that the Environmental Coalition withdrew from the negotiations in the run-up to the publication of that document, and subsequently published their own strategy vision for agriculture in Ireland. So there's been a number of activities that have had a negative impact in terms of farming and wildlife in Ireland, and I suppose going back to the 1950s, even land drainage and reclamation, increased livestock densities. More recently, the intensive use of fertilisers, pesticides, the complete removal of habitats such as hedgerows, and the destruction of habitats, for example, woodland, bogs, wetlands and lakes through pollution and invasive species. Increased large monocultures as opposed to the mixed diverse farms that we had 50 years ago, and you know, reduction in small scale tillage cropping, especially spring sown crops. I just threw up a few slides. This is a farm I was had huge knowledge of. It was my mother's family farm, and that's it. There was over 100 acres in it, and you can see to the right there a fen at the bottom of it. That's how it looks today. If you walk along the roadway, that's how it looks. On both sides, the bottom one there, you're looking in towards the fen. You've had depositing of soils in there, levelling off, reseeding of grass. If you look up the driveway, you'll see that it's all sprayed off the whole way up along the driveway. Down the bottom here beside the gate, I have clear memories of sitting with my mother many years ago when she showed me the beech seed, because we were, or the beech fruit, we were sitting underneath a beech tree. But I, as a child, one summer, about the age of 5, my goal for that summer was to fill, does anybody remember the mushroom chip baskets? My goal for that summer was walking this road and filling the basket with grass seed. Don't know why I was doing it, have no idea. But I do know that by pulling the grasses, I was actually learning my grasses. More recently, we've been advised of this kind of management of our hedgerows, and Eamon will talk a lot more. You know, this trimmed, lollipop sticking up hedgerows. Are these hedgerows or are they hedges? You know, we have to be really careful. I walked these hedgerows back last March, and there was nothing in them, absolutely nothing. No insects, no birds, nothing. And here, the grassland, we can see, you know, reseeded, heavily fertilised, basically just perennial ryegrass and some clover in it. Our forestry policy, I guess if you're from Leitrim, you know all about that. Monoculture, Sitka spruce forestry, clear felling, pesticide and runoff associated. So a huge amount of pesticides used in terms of establishing the plantations, and then the clear fell and the runoff into our waterways. Recently this week we had the announcement of a new forestry programme, 1.3 billion. The programme hasn't been published yet, we don't actually know, but it's, you know, there is talk of continuous cover forestry and native species. But we need a lot more expertise, not just advice on grant payments. We really do need the expertise in how to manage forestry. I also draw your attention to something that happened recently as well, in terms of in Brackloon Wood, an ancient woodland in Mayo. And here we had a company from Scotland, Rhizocor Technologies, coming to sample mushrooms in the woodland, to take them back, to grow them in the lab as bioenhancers. So to be able to plant a tree and pop a pellet of a fungus in, or a mixture in, to help the tree to grow. So Maria is going to talk a lot more about fungi and the mycorrhizal relationships, and you'll have a much better understanding of why many of us would be extremely concerned. So this is what we're calling the new bioeconomy. Water quality, well, you know, about half of our surface waters have sound ecological status. That means that, you know, if the water bodies don't have sound ecological status, then they're not supporting the species that they should be. Biodiversity loss. How did we get there? Well, agriculture and runoff from the use of nitrogen fertilisers, from intensive farming. But we also have other pressures in terms of, you know, domestic water treatment systems and urban surface water runoff. So I just put that up there in terms of the Water Framework Directive. So under the Water Framework Directive, we were supposed to have sound ecological status by at the latest 2027, 2015 first, then 2027. We're going to find it really hard to get there. And I just put this up because you know, I am not sure how many people would be aware of the nitrates derogation, or the ability by some farmers to be able to apply to be able to have a higher stocking rate of organic manure on their farms. And this is a map that was fairly recently published. There's been over 6,000 applications in 2021 for this derogation. But as a condition, in the most recent derogation, hedgerows on the holding shall be managed in accordance with guidance issued under Article 22.2, and management practice shall include as a minimum the following: 1 mature whitethorn, blackthorn tree shall be retained in each hedgerow, and the hedgerows shall be maintained on a minimum 3-year cutting cycle. 1 tree in a hedgerow. And of course we know, hedgerows are hugely important in terms of, filtering and if we're to look at the services that hedgerows supply, apart from the habitats that they are in themselves. Inappropriate development, this is one or two of us here in the audience are well aware of. This was a hedgerow in our town recently. It was one of the strategic developments, and as part of the planning application, this hedgerow was just left out of the application. It was just omitted. When it was contested, the Ambor Planola, or pointed out, I should say, the Ambor Planola planner said that the hedgerow should be retained, but the final decision just ignored the hedgerow, didn't mention it at all. It wasn't a very species diverse hedgerow, but it was an important hedgerow in our town because it was an old hedgerow. It linked the canal to another green area. And we knew there were pine martens and bats and various other creatures in that hedgerow. But we tried, but one morning recently, it came a croppers. And in its place went birch trees from who knows where and laurel hedging. And this is only a couple of weeks back. At the same day, I walked up, and this other hedgerow at the other end of the site is supposed to be retained, but already the soil has been heaped up and the hedgerow potentially damaged. Another site in our town, this was originally a wetland meadow, and it's about 3 years ago now. To the right there, you had a housing development built, and of course all the vegetation stripped out. We had beech hedging and laurel hedging and Portuguese laurel and sickly looking trees planted, and all along the roadway we had a wildflower meadow. This is back earlier on in the year. 4 county council, local authority workers, a JCB and a van one morning to trim the wildflower strip, because the wildflower strip had turned into creeping thistle, and thistles were sticking out of the barrier and people couldn't walk along the footpath. And you can see in the centre picture there that day what remained of the actual wildflowers. Incidentally, the first week the houses went on sale, they all sold out. The second week they were all underwater. Invasive species. I'm putting up this example. You can see the tree here in County Meath, dead as a doornail. We can see them all over the country, dead and dying. But I really wanted to point out, because we talk about it as a disease, and I actually put up this farmers to be hit with liability, because I was talking to a group of farmers during the week, and they didn't actually know about ash dieback, which, you know, I suppose maybe I'm just talking about these things so often, but it's caused by a fungus-like organism We know so little that for a long time we actually thought it was a fungus, but it's not. It's a fungus-like organism. Sorry, excuse me. I am in another planet altogether. It is a fungus. Hymenoscyphus fraxineus. I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of a Phytophthora. It is caused by a fungus, okay? And this fungus was brought in on plants that were imported. There was back in 2012. So a bit of a similar situation today. We had big drive to plant trees, and we wanted lots of ash trees because there was a market for Hurleys. And we didn't have enough stock in the country. So we went abroad. And in bringing in that stock, we brought in this fungus, Hymenoscyphus. And you know, that fungus has run through the country and infected and caused this disease called ash dieback. So I really want to stress, you know, often when we hear about invasive species, we tend to see the big things, you know, the Rhododendron ponticum, the Himalayan balsam. You know, if we look at action plans in terms of our councils, these are the species that are noted. These are the big species, we can actually see them. The real threats for many of us are the things we can't really see, especially with importation. This is a road close to me at home. I just stood at a gateway, and top two pictures, when I look right and look left, all those trees, ash, dead or dying, covered in ivy, ready to fall. At the roadway here, completely dead tree, and lots of trees, dead or dying, but covered in ivy, and so real risks. And to point out that we have many more trees in Ireland that are currently affected with imported pests and pathogens. Excessive waste and pollution. Anybody involved with tidy towns? Am I another 15 minutes, is it? Yeah, brilliant, thanks Catherine. Would be aware of this. I guess I had a lot more slides about what we could do, but a question that we would ask is, you know, how effective is it really going out, tidying up this? Are we addressing the problem? Because many of us don't see the work that volunteers do, and it's a handful of volunteers everywhere. And for example, down on the right-hand side, you know, every time now, this is every week, twice a week during summer, this is what's left, you know, at this bin, collected just from a small area. Then people go out and respond to dumpings, or they do big tidy-ups. So there's a stretch just up to the roadway, 22 bags of rubbish. We have to tackle this. Tourism, we've our greenways and our blueways, Wild Atlantic Way. Actually, I see our national parks have now been rebranded. It's worth actually going onto the National Parks website and look at the rebranding. Ecotourism stands out there. What has tourism and increased footfall brought with it? You know, this is our canal here, okay, you know, this is just the harbour. But it's pretty much, if you go up along the greenway, this is what you see, you know. And I think any of us, again, out and about, you know, will notice these plastic bags of dog poop just, you know, held for a while and then fired into the canal, into the hedgerow. But it's not just the littering, you know, it's often the things we mightn't consider in terms of the lighting and the effects of lighting. And, you know, certainly the LED lighting that's gone in around our town, you know, we now realise, we thought it was better, but we now realise that actually it's having an impact on wildlife. So again, the more these places that are opened up for public access, you know, the more lighting that's going in. Sometimes I long for the mornings where you could just walk on the canal. You know, there was no footpath. You just got out there and enjoy it for what it was. I want to just bring something to people's attention. This was a conference that was held last year by the Climate Bar Association. I don't know if anybody attended it. I was really impressed by the amount of work they did in bringing this conference together, and the study they did prior to holding it. But some of their key findings were that access to information on enforcement on environmental law is difficult for members of the public. Sanctions, if imposed, often too low to deter perpetrators, and the environment is routinely harmed. There's a need for environmental law in Ireland, which is hugely complex, to be unified and modified through a model environmental code, embracing all relevant law in one accessible document, and the need for a dedicated environmental court. So I guess, you know, the people at the symposium were talking about how difficult it was for them as professionals to wade through the various bits and pieces of environmental legislation we have, let alone the general public or somebody who might have an issue. And of course, again, enforcement is another issue entirely. Here's our canal again. You can see this is July this year, sprayed with Roundup. We know it was Roundup. We actually know the operator didn't even have protective gear on. Here it is a month later. What was the purpose of this? Was it for aesthetics? It was breaking the law in a number of ways, right up to the very edge of the motorway. Obviously no integrated pest management plan, which is required under the law for professional operators to have a plan for an area, because the middle picture there shows you after it was sprayed, you still had weeds growing and going to seed. Okay, and so what actually they're doing is they are selecting for more resistant weeds. And that's what you see. So very quickly within spraying it, you have, you know, annual meadow grass, you have willow herbs, and a number of species that are resistant or can run to seed very quickly after being sprayed. This is, you know, the inland waterways. And as I say, a number of elements being broken. This was actually reported, but there was no outcome from it. I would just want to bring your attention to one or two words, okay? And one word that is increasingly coming in, particularly you'll see it in your development plans, if you read your development plans or if you interact in terms of your local area plans, or etc. It's the term green infrastructure, okay? And so this report was drawn up in 2010, and it's defined as an integrated network of green space that conserves natural ecosystems, values and functions, and provides associated benefits to human populations, okay? Doesn't say that conserves natural ecosystems. It says that conserves natural ecosystem values and functions. I'm going to leave the word on that to E.O. Wilson. Like most mistaken philosophies, the Anthropocene worldview is largely a product of well-intentioned ignorance. Its call for a new human-centred approach to conservation, more precisely anti-conservation, has multiple sources. First is a false image of the history of conservation organisations. Second is an inadequate grasp of the biodiversity database. A third, less obvious source is the mistaken emphasis on ecosystems as the key level of biological organisation, to the near exclusion of species and genes. Take a look at what's in your development plans. I just picked out randomly last night, South Dublin. Green infrastructure can be defined as strategically planned networks of high quality natural and semi-natural areas with other environmental features, which is designed and managed to both deliver a wide range of ecosystem services and protect biodiversity in rural and urban settings. An advantage of the green infrastructure is a spatial structure providing benefits from nature to people that enhances nature's ability to deliver multiple valuable ecosystem goods and services such as clean air or water. It provides positive synergies between several functions in the environment. All sounds good, doesn't it? Here's some green infrastructure we had designed in Kilcock. Apologies for the top photograph. I don't have a very good camera on my phone. These trees were planted at huge expense. Okay, I know from my background, inappropriate trees, inappropriate spacing, all staked, expensive trees, all staked and membrane put down underneath them, and then that was the end of it. A contractor hired to do it. The bottom photograph here shows you the state of the trees 2 years later. The nursery ties weren't even taken off, or the canes. Many of them fell over. We got the scouts out to release some of them. Some of them will survive. Here's another example. This is green infrastructure. However, this green infrastructure, possibly, these are all roans. We now have a virus attacking our roans. Whether it's a case, it's the virus, or it's just a case that they were poorly planted in an urban situation. Again, Bertie Ahern, when he was in Taoiseach, he did great works around and about the local area. And here in Drumcondra, we had these carpinus, these hornbeams planted. I walked during the summer down the street, and 80% of them are dead. Massive expense, green infrastructure. Another word, are words that increasingly we're seeing are nature-based solutions. This plant here, anybody know it? Sea buckthorn, hippophae? It was introduced along the east coast to stabilise sand dunes as a nature-based solution. It's now become a hugely invasive species. And there's several other examples of nature-based solutions where species were introduced to tackle particular problems and later became problematic or invasive. Finally, the other word I want to pause on is enhancement of biodiversity. What does enhancement mean? An increase or improvement in quality, amount, or strength of something. Well, we've been trying to enhance biodiversity for a long time. We've been gardening. We've been putting our perception on what we think enhancement is. Do we really have the expertise to enhance natural systems? We don't understand them. We don't understand the species. And I think I might be well over at that, Catherine, and I had a whole load of more slides of what can we do. Thank you for listening. Any questions at this point? Have we time for questions, Catherine? This speaker is very unresponsive. I should have taken that, actually. That would have been easier.
Oh, sorry, I should have offered. Yeah, we have time for maybe one or two questions. Maybe if we take two at the same time, and that might be just speed it up a little. So we have one. Would you want a mic? Yeah. And we have two. Actually, I'll give you it for the recording at home, so people can hear.
Sorry, Ursula, I'd love to see the rest of the slides at some point, just to give us some examples of what we can do.
Yeah, I'd love to share them, and I'm happy to share them with anybody. And certainly, it'll be great to talk to. It'll be great to talk to people during the breakout. Yeah.
And was it yourself?
Yeah. Hello. Thank you for the presentation. Very
Thank
good.
you.
Came late. I'm sorry for that, but yeah, enjoyed it. And back to the topic of the waste. Well, I'm living here since 4 years in Ireland, and I'm quite aware about waste. And I went to volunteer sometimes on my own, and there was a good land next to the place where I was living in Ferrybank, Waterford, and there was always rubbish on it. So I had to, and these 22 bags is what I got out from there, and I reported and see it and say it up. Nobody cares. See it, say it up. There is no feedback. The feedback comes always very late. They can delay, and so I think infrastructure has to change first before people. Plus, private companies, waste collection, it's not the solution. It should be public. From the general taxes we pay a lot as employees here in this country. It shouldn't be a choice, paying or not, for the waste collection. It should be mandatory for everyone through the general taxes. Because when I go to volunteer, I don't know where to leave the bags when I'm far from my home. Because nobody wants my bags, because they pay for the collection of the waste of the bags. So there is no point to education, of course, in the schools, very important for the future generations, not to dump any rubbish on the streets, roads, woodlands, anywhere. But private companies it's not a start point for this.
Yeah, I agree, and I suppose one thing that you know, I mean, you know, I'm not sure that I had in my slides. You know, France has introduced legislation since last January to cut out single-use plastics on certain products, so fruit and veg, and you know, I think we really do have to lobby. You know, we have to take out the pen and paper, the email, and lobby, because the answer isn't, you know, picking it up every week. It really isn't. It's facilitating. It's facilitating that, and I sort of, you know, Fionnuala here could say an awful lot more, and she probably will. We're both actually in the tidy towns in our town, but we're in it from the biodiversity point of view. And, you know, like we would love to get, what we would love to do is actually take 1 week's rubbish, take it to the square, dump it out in the square and analyse it. And get the children involved, get the transition year students involved, you know, the young people involved, and analyse it. And, you know, I suppose in terms of, like, that's one morning in just one corner of the shop next door to me, in one country. And, you know, like fossil fuel use, we engaged with students, a couple of months back, transition year students, and they weren't able to connect fossil fuel usage to the plastic bottle. Several of them, it was a class, and several of them arrived with the plastic bottle, and they didn't understand the connection. You know, so but as I say, France have already brought in this legislation since last January. And that's the kind of thing. We can't keep generating this waste. I have some more figures in terms of what's actually happening, or recycling waste, etc.
Exactly, yeah. Recycling is a way, like you get money back from your cans, bottles that you purchase in a shop. When you give them back to the store, like back in the days, like 30 years ago, I remember cans, buying Coke cans, and I was giving them back and I got some money back. Then people has the motivation to return all those bottles and cans. So system has to change from the top of the pyramid first, for us to volunteer and do some jobs, to be motivated, to keep motivated, because I lost motivation.
Yeah.
Because I can't change the country, like the government, they can't rely on tidy town people cleaning, or, like this.
Yeah,
there's no point.
all local volunteers are getting a little bit exhausted with everything that's...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. We're actually a little over time, and I don't want to eat into the next speaker's time as well. So sorry about that. But we'll... Ursula will be around at lunch as well, so there's plenty of opportunity to have a chat with her then. And I think, as Padraig Fogarty as well said in his introduction to biodiversity, if you're not upset, he didn't do his job right. So I think the same kind of goes. We kind of have to be, have to know these things.
I didn't get to the relevant slide, but if I could give one more sort of plug, I'd ask people please to take a look at the DNFC, the Dublin Naturalists Field Club website, and take a look at the submission to the Citizens' Assembly on Biodiversity Loss. And you'll also see a link there to wildflowers and the various reasons not to plant wildflower mixtures. So I think that might be useful.
Fantastic.
Thanks,
Thank you. Thanks, Ursula. Okay, thank you. Absolutely tons of information, and as she said herself, we could talk for hours more on all the actions and more about it. So we'll definitely send on the slides to you all afterwards. And so I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Maria Cullen. And let me get my cheat sheet out here. So Maria is one of Ireland's leading mycologists. She has a degree in natural sciences and an MSc in mycology. She is the director of the Woodlands of Ireland and the Organic Centre in Leitrim, and the current chairperson of the Society of Irish Plant Pathologists. So it's going to be an interesting discussion here from Maria. So you're very welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
Would you like this one?
No, this is great. Thank you, Catherine. I think it'll keep me still, which is hard to do at the best of times. Can you get feedback from here? So thank you very, very much. I'm really privileged to be here, and I'm sorry that the other speaker couldn't make it, but it's made an opportunity to talk about mainly fungi, but I think if you take fungi as representative of other huge groups of organisms that really don't get a mention even in the time of discussion of biodiversity, which we thought would be a great levelling of the playing field for those interested in insects, bacteria and fungi, but it hasn't quite worked out that way. So I just want to take you on a little, road trip around Ireland, but around the theme of mycology in particular. I suppose what we have here is Amanita muscaria, and a lot of people have given it a lot more thought in recent times as the fly agaric, from hallucinogenic therapies of a sort, if you're into that, to a much more focused look now from a medicinal point of view, especially as a psychotherapy drug. We're looking at the spore producers as opposed to the pollen producers. And spores and pollen in the overlapping area don't look that different from each other, but it's a fundamentally different categorization project that went on through Linnaeus and others to subdivide the kingdom of plants into non-spore producers, pollen producers, and spore producers. So among these spore producers, we have the mosses. This is a pognatum with beautiful capsules at the top, and the spores emanate from these. We have liverworts, Marcantia here, and with beautiful structures. Again, the idea is to raise the capsule, the release mechanism, so that the spores are available to the air over the surrounding vegetation. We have ferns and their allies. Not many ferns in Ireland, we have about 50, but the allies make up greater numbers, and for a small group they're not really studied all that well. So we're just looking at a couple of other additional versions, and these are quite primitive plants. We have I suppose evidence of plants of these spore producers from over 400 million years ago and going way further back possibly as well. It's just that soft body preservation doesn't occur very often. And then we have the algae, which can be free living, coastal, marine algae, seaweeds, and also freshwater algae, and free-living algae that can also live in the company of fungi in a lichen symbiosis. So just looking at lichenized fungi. So we don't separate the lichens from the other fungi, they're all fungi. The difference for lichens is that you usually have a fungal association with an algal set of cells or a layer within the fungal body. Or you can have a fungal cyanobacterial association, as in the case here. And these species tend to be in wet areas. Ireland has some wonderful cyanobacterial lichen areas, but they are limited to old ancient woodland, semi-natural woodland. The linguistics kind of gets interchangeable, but they are distinct. And also on rocks, sometimes left behind. So we've seen huge erratic rocks in the west of Ireland that have had Scots pine growing over them in the past, but over time those pines have disappeared, and the Bryoria species of lichens now live on the rocks that remain, because they're just so huge that until recently you couldn't move them very easily, so everybody left erratic rocks sitting where they were. But these can be hoarders, and the only remnant and evidence that there were Scots pines in the area that held these species on their branches in the past. So we also have script lichens, the graphis, and other script forming. I won't get into the Latin too much because I think you just lose people, and as these are huge groups, each of these genera tend to have upwards of 100 species in Ireland, but some are much smaller, of course, and niche. Then we have the cladonias. They can form a range of different structures, but this is the cup-forming cladonia. It has little fruit bodies at the very top. If for those in the front, you might just see little tiny red dots around the edges. And then we're on to the non-lichenized fungi. So bracket fungi like this chicken of the woods, Laetoporus sulphureus. And then we have Amanita group. Some of the deadly poisonous fungi are within the white-spored Amanitas, but they're quite common in Ireland, and it is possible to pick them up inadvertently. We've had a few accidents with selection of amanitas. They tend to look quite like species in Asia that are grown commercially, like the paddy straw mushroom, and the mistake can be made here when these species are quite young and with devastating consequences for the people who eat them. And then we have the bolete family. So these have pores instead of gills as fungi, but they have a stem. And yeah, that's basically it. It's really just a colourful show of what's out there. We also have hedgehog mushrooms, and these have spines or spikes instead of pores or gills. And some of the lovely species to eat include Hydnum repandum. I think the French call it pied de mouton, so it's a prized edible species. And then I'll just show spores. The tuber aestivum spores that I was studying a while back have quite a beautiful ornament around the edge. So the kingdom fungi is a vast group of organisms alone. Often they are in association with helper bacteria, and estimates of the numbers of fungi in the kingdom have varied over time with our developing knowledge and how we define species, I suppose, that old bugbear of biology students in college and beyond. So estimates in the 1990s went from 1.5 million species globally of fungi. And that was David Hawksworth, who was probably laughed out of it at the time. But a recent estimate by Kevin Hyde, based on high throughput sequencing analysis, would put the number at the upward number at 13.2 million species of fungi. Okay, I'll leave that with you, because bacteria are so much more, and insects are vast as well. So you're dealing with very huge groups of organisms. For instance, in comparison in Ireland, when we have a fairly poor flora, there are 70 to 100 species of birds between those who live here and main visitors. Vascular plants without garden varieties, 900 native Irish species. Mosses and liverworts. Mosses, 500 species odd. These are general numbers. Liverworts, 230 species recorded. That's about 730 for the bryophytes. So we're looking at 1,250 lichenized and 4,300 non-lichenized fungi in Ireland already recorded. How many of those are protected, we'll come to. So what is a fungus? It's quite complicated, and there are different types of fungi, and they live in different places around our planet. We have freshwater molds, we have slime molds are kind of off on their own now in the Pathologists, but these beautiful creatures, some of them can go into an animal phase. We're dealing with a group that is very different from the plant kingdom to which they were put with in botany over the centuries. But our main interest are ascomycetes and basidiomycetes for the nature of this talk. And so when we look at the spread, we're looking at Dicaria, the ascomycetes, basidiomycetes, and then there's a whole raft of other more minor fungi that are now quite well understood by genetic analysis in their relationships to each other and to us. So at the bottom of this graph you see animals, including us. So we're quite closely related to the fungi. Revolution in mycological taxonomy. I'm still trying to get my head around it. I did, thanks to Trinity College's and friends' generosity, do a few years of genetic work with them and discovered an awful lot of techniques and the fun of that work. But so we're going from optical features now to next generation sequencing quite rapidly and using OTUs, these operational taxonomic units, in order to define different species in this fungal tree of life, in an overall tree of life genetic-based project, which is now getting onto genomic sequencing for some species. So it's a good time, I always say to people now, to start mycology, because all of the names have changed due to this revolution. And what we thought were closely related species optically have turned out genetically not to be so. And so everything's being recategorized, and there's quite a race on to do that, as you can imagine. Everyone wants to be the next Linnaeus and describe new orders. So the weeding out of the problematic stuff will come later, and unfortunately fall on a lot of people to sort out the problems of the initial kind of categorization project, but that's part of progress. So the fungal tree of life, we're starting to get more and more unfamiliar with, and uncomfortable maybe, with how life is defined, how these groups are. I mean, it's quite alien, and our knowledge of these, some of these are soil fungi that cannot be cultured or not cultured easily, cannot be seen outside of genetic results. You know, we're getting really into a whole new realm of understanding, and we're still just scratching at the surface. I think Ursula was totally right about that. And yet we're messing with these whole systems that we don't understand hardly at all, or not at all. So just to go back, the biology of fungi, fungi perform various roles, and but in themselves they're commensal to symbiotic, they're helpful fungi. There are fungi that live saprobically, they eat vegetation and animals, actually. Anything that dies and falls down, they crunch up and make the material available for the next generations. Fungi can be parasitic and pathogenic, and things can move between their roles as well. A parasitic fungus can become much more pathogenic, especially with climate change or being moved around the world. And one of the biggest issues is global supply chains. So I just ask a quick question. How many countries do you think Ireland takes plant material, now live and dry plant material, from into Ireland from other countries in the world? How many countries do you think? Okay, a lot. 90 is the current, 91, the current number from the CSO statistics. That's a lot of countries sending us stuff. And with freight, especially air flight freight, it's possible to bring live creatures, spiders, lizards, anything into the country, and they're viable. And we're moving them around the country and blocking them together and moving that around. We're moving soil around to soil depots. You know, we have no idea what we're doing. Important role of fungi in nature, then, just expanding a little bit. The great cyclers of nutrients is an awful lot of what fungi do. From the tiniest little mycenas in the forest floor to very, very significant sized mushrooms. Without fungi and bacteria as well, we drown in our own stuff and everything else. We went to Innistrahal Island some years ago, and everything that died there rotted in situ, mainly fungal and bacterial activity. It was quite a shock to the system, because you spent the day going, oh no, there's another seagull or something else, a large a seal or something that had washed up. And it's not to be ignored, the great benefit of recycling. But fungi can live just about anywhere. There's a lichen growing on some metal steps in Bear Island. And they've learned over many, many millions of years to be tough, or they started out quite tough in order to cope with cosmic radiation that was getting through on the Earth when they started developing on land. And so they can live in nuclear reactor cores and use nuclear fuel. They can grow on bond houses, but that's probably quite a fun experience for about only, I'm not sure. And then on the International Space Station, I'm going way off point now, but Xanthoria elegans showed great potential for interplanetary survival. As long as it landed somewhere, you could pour water on it after a couple of years. So they're amazing materials. Geologically, fungi have been extant, as we have evidence for now, for a very long time, probably over 800 million years, yes. And some of the weird features like prototaxites have been explained as large, now tiny geoglossoms, earth tongues, if you know them, would have been meters tall in the past, just before forests emerged. And some work is being done, some exciting work on early fungi. And so I'm looking at some of our 360 million year old ancient forests in Ireland, looking at fungi there too. I'm a geologist by training originally, and so I tend to look at the geology and the soils and that first before moving on. And Ireland is a very complex island geologically, with an amazing array of different rock types and soil types emanating from that. But it's a saucer shape with the mountains, small mountains around the edges, and in the middle a basin of Carboniferous limestone mainly. So there's quite a simple story, but the detail is absolutely wonderful and allows for different organisms to grow in our soils and directly on our rock. And our climate is temperate and quite wet, but great variation from the west of Ireland, almost a metre difference between the extremes in Kerry to the driest parts of the east of Ireland. That's what you know when you go to Kerry on holidays and you realise it's raining a lot. That's why. It's not in the mind. But our temperatures are very equitable. It does mean that we have a smaller flora and fauna than the tropics. And so there is a kind of moral dilemma there of, do we allow industry to happen here and save it from happening in much more biodiverse areas of the world? And that's being used as an argument in geology, in particular, for the excuse of mining here. We also use those minerals much more than other parts of the world that are sometimes pillaged for those elements. So we'll have to decide those on a case-by-case basis, I guess. Just the overview, we have the island of Ireland. We're in the Atlantic Ocean, of course. And then we have these plantation forests. We also have very little of our own native forest cover. I tend to call them woodlands now, to distinguish with industrial plantation. And we have wonderful tree hosts for fungi. So these are mycorrhizal trees that live with fungal associations in their root systems. And then Faga sylvatica is not considered native, but I think we're getting to the point where we'd be lucky to have any living trees with what we're bringing into the country, and the fact that some estimates think that a third of tree species in the world are already extinct or in dire fear of being extinct very soon. And timing of year I won't dwell on, but for fungi it's quite important. For the stem and cap mushrooms, we're now reaching the end of the season and there's a short spring flush, but the autumn flush is much more important in Ireland. And where do fungi live? So we have pretty much everywhere, really, as an answer. Anything that doesn't move for very long pretty much gathers up a fungal association or two, and moss as well. But rock, soil, water, we have hyphomycetes that like living in water and forming a healthy foam in the water. And then obviously on plants and trees as epiphytes, but also the Saxicola species I think get overlooked. Then yes, well, they like living and creatures as well. Okay, and just the habitats, some nice pictures to show us some scree and rock outcrop where lichens in particular like to live, but also mosses and liverworts too. At the coast, there's a particular array of lichen community that was described by an Irish lichenologist, Matilda Knowles, and she came up with a 3-layered colour variation that she described from Howth. First description in the world, we think. And so this is a kind of an amazing observation. I think was it Wittgenstein, among others, said that it's explaining what everybody observes in a new way. Kind of packaging things is a really useful eureka moment when somebody does take what we all see and describes it properly. Obviously, I'm quite interested in woodlands, even though they're not a lot of our territorial cover, and quality woodlands are great for lichen diversity in particular. But also what pops up from under the ground, which can be a very small percentage of what is in the soil in association with trees. Wet woodlands, of course, and riparian woodlands, which we have 2 in abundance. They are really, really special for things like usnea, the old man's beard lichens that are really quite sensitive to air and water pollution. And to me, air and water pollution are interchangeable in Ireland because mist, fog, different ways in which we're sometimes, there's a lovely phrase in Fermanagh, sometimes the lakes are in Fermanagh and sometimes Fermanagh's in the lakes. And it's that kind of interchangeability that we have, that organisms are taking in air and water pollution. So if you have one that's unhealthy, the other will be eventually too. And then hedgerows, and I know Eamon's going to talk much more about them, but the distinction here between the cut hedge on one side and a hedge that's been left on the other. And we had that situation just exactly beside us at home, and I know from walking the dog that I've seen, just on bird life alone and observations, on the healthy big side, you have buzzards down to robins. On the other side, I saw one wren in the last year jumping out of the cut part of the fence. So obviously those exactly right hedges rather than hedgerows are what remain across a lot of areas, and it's having a huge impact. And then for the lichens too, we have bogs, fens and heath. So there are 5 protected lichen species under the Habitats Directive. These are Cladonia species, so like that, these fuzzy bog species. Cladonia arbuscula, Azorica, portentosa, Rangiferina and ciliata. But they're not protected really by name, it's more by habitat. And then I was saying if you sit around long enough, so old trailers can even have quite a diversity of lichen cover in a short time. Then we have the mycobiome. Our own biology has a whole range of fungal occupants, I suppose. So we're part fungus, part bacterium, part human, animal, and that's true of all of the Animalia. But we have quite a range of fungi in our bodies. We are walking fungi, really. And then fungal enhancement for our living, I mean in a good way, potentially, at least for us. These are Nameko being grown in Japan, in the Nagoya area, and Nagano province, sorry. The age of people in this area is over 100, like so many people, and it's seen as down to the commercialization of these fungi and the eating of it preferentially in that part of Japan. Just a quick run through what a cap and stem mushroom is like and the different features that a taxonomist would look at, or a field biologist, or we have some books with us that we can demonstrate some of the keys, and keys are used in botany, but in extension then in mycology, to describe all of the different variations. And some keys are either or, some are multivariate keys now, but you take the specimen, and Howard Fox has a great phrase that the specimen is the true thing. Everything else has to feed into that. Often you see people holding a specimen in one hand, no matter what it is, a Carex often, and the book in the other, and looking at the book much more than the material itself. So always, if you're starting out, look at the material much more than I know it takes a while to get in on the language and everything, but that's the main thing. And then I mentioned mycorrhizal fungi. Ectomycorrhizal fungi are the ones with the roots of trees, and their main reason for being is to themselves to live, but also they give the tree then access to heavy metals often, quite difficult to access metals in the soil and other nutrients. They also allow for more water to reach the plant in times of water stress. So there's quite a lot in it, and the trees then give some things back to the fungi, but mainly it would be sugars as a reward for their efforts. This is what mycorrhizal associations look like. So the fungal tissue, you have fungal hyphae, and the mycelium, that is a mass of fungal hyphae, wraps around the root systems, tiny roots of trees, encouraging them to produce more roots, so that helps stabilization. And then when they fruit, you end up, so this on one side here is the mycelium forming the mycorrhization around the root, and then you see the Lactarius deliciosus. Actually, this is Lactarius deuterimus, a little bit of green in it on the other side. Amanita muscaria is quite a famous one. Some people have put all world religions down to the partaking of small amounts of Amanita muscaria dried and having quite amazing visions as a result. But it can also be deadly poisonous and lead to heart attack in overdose situations. So not to be taken lightly. We have giant puffballs. This is considered to be the biggest recorded one, and there is a Guinness Book of Records for fungal records that are edible. So we're looking next year to have a giant puffball search to see who can find the biggest giant puffball in Ireland. Cantharella sabarius, a lot of people would know chanterelles from edibility. We're not driven by edibility, but a lot of people are. And if it can bring people into looking at the wider fungal community from an initial interest in what can I eat, then that's where we're trying to lug people. So be warned, if you come on a mushroom outing with us, you'll tend to get kind of proselytized about all the other wonders of fungi besides eating them. Tree lungwort, we're using, or other countries have used Loberia pulmonaria in the western seaboard of the Atlantic to identify ancient woodlands or old woodland. So being an old woodland indicator, it's this kind of cabbage-like thing on the hazel tree. And it is a fantastic indicator of longevity and continuity of woodland. So it mightn't be the same trees over time, obviously, but some continuity would have been necessary because these fungi, these lichens, don't travel very far. And then summer truffle, we've Tuber aestivum. We've 7 recorded truffle species in Ireland, and very few people talk about them, and so little is known enough, but they are out there and they do like high pH soils, so they're quite widespread in Ireland. And unfortunately, because only one fungal species is protected in Ireland by name, there would be open season. So we've heard reports of a truffle site being let out into the wider knowledge last year, being rifled by rakes and destroyed So we're in a quandary as to whether to release records about edible species, or even species that would indicate edible species would be with them, because there's no protection for these. You can also use mushrooms as a small parasol in times of rain or sunshine. Yes. So fungi today in Ireland, we have over 5,500 species recorded across the groups. There's one protected on a flora protection order, Gaia fulgens, it used to be Fulgensia fulgens, in County Wexford. And I mentioned the 5 Cladonia species protected under the Habitats Directive. There's some work on Agaricus bisporus. We're a big exporter of agaric mushrooms fresh across Europe. And then there's plenty of work going on fungal pathogens of humans. But really, there aren't many people working on mycology in Ireland, especially not at the taxonomic level, because there's no money in it and there are no positions. And we have had students come to us, but there's no career ladder, so you have to warn somebody that they're just going to be poor for the rest of their lives if they stay here and they're interested in fungi. Unless we can change that, and they deserve change. So this is fulgens up close. It's called scrambled egg lichen, and it's just in one site. So I mentioned Matilda Knowles, but we have an array of very internationally famous Irish mycologists when it comes to Brown and Thomas Taylor in particular. So there's a rich heritage there, but very few people know or care. And then Howard is the tall guy in the back there in the cream jacket. Has been going to international meetings since he was a teenager. And so this is a reunion of the Göteborg meeting, I think, from the early 80s, was it?
First meeting was in Paris.
Paris, sorry. And so it's, there's only one woman in the group either, so things have changed a lot in that time. But there are people from Ireland going to these meetings. Are we mycophobic? Not at all. And I think we're lumped in with others in that guise. But when we overcome our modern fear due to lack of access to woods and their management for fungi, then I think we do wax lyrical, especially about field mushrooms that people did use a lot. So we think this might be an early reference to a truffle hound in the Book of Kells, but it might be a bit of a stretch. And we obviously use fungi for brewing, which would have, some people have linked phylloxophias with brewing. Cheese making, for which Ireland is renowned. And now moving on to packaging and bioremediation functions. So we also have the kind of fairy ring champignon. We have a lot of interest in the supernatural and connections, especially giant puffball, coish puka was an old name for it. So we do have the heritage there. It's just quite hidden. And then, of course, there's the John Hind, I think, or a similar postcard of a leprechaun sitting on a toadstool. So it's in there, it's just not glaring. And fungal relationships then with other species. So that man is holding a Termatomyces fungus that termites grow for food, I think for their larvae. And then there's lots of other uses, of course. But nesting material for birds isn't underrated. And food, obviously, I've seen squirrels collecting. I better make a move. So carder bees use mosses, and they card the mosses into their nests. So if we're not looking after the bryophytes, what are carder bees going to make their nests out of? We do need the spore producers as well as the pollinators. And then there are moths that mimic the rock or the plant that they're on, often a lichen on a tree. And we have these fungal threats. So we've introduced a lot of them very recently. In the last 50 years, we've moved so much more material around the world and much more quickly in recent times. But we have COVID-19, we've learned a lot about the language of how to deal with pathogens and the dangers, I suppose, a new re-emerging risk. This is honey fungus, both the bootstraps that climb under the bark of the tree, and you've often seen in recent times large numbers of gregariously growing honey fungus from a root stump, perhaps. Ash dieback is a very recent thing. It came in, it grows quite happily with the Mancunian ash in Japan. I'm just checking, yes. And I should kind of really move. But Japan to Poland to Denmark to us via the Netherlands, we couldn't keep it out. European rules on trade dominate really over plant health. So by the time we could put emergency legislation in place to try to stop material coming into Ireland, that was being challenged too by international interests who wanted to keep sending us contaminated ash seedlings that we could easily have grown here ourselves. And we really want to take a long, hard look at ourselves about plant movement, both within Ireland and in and out of other countries. This is Taphrina alni, so we have compromising fungi of the fruiting bodies of our trees as well. Ergot is a deadly poisonous species that's increasingly, we think, growing on grain and maybe linked to recent phenomenon like staggers in wild deer in Kerry. So this was, it's natural LSD product, and it can be taken a number of times. It was linked to witch trials, but what happens is somebody eats contaminated grain with ergotine in it, you have a hallucination, but over several exposures your fingertips start getting very hot and your toes, and you start getting St. Anthony's fire, which is re-emerging. And then ultimately this leads to lysis of the blood, neurological problems and gangrene and death. So it used to be mixed up with leprosy. God, I'm really a bundle of laughs now. I better make it like... So yes, our threats to fungi, obviously habitat destruction, pollution, especially air pollution and agricultural air pollution in particular. Biocides, compaction is a huge one. Compaction. Exploitation, when we overdo our sustainable gathering, and ignorance really at the end of the day. So here's people saving the burn from being reforested by hazel. How many of these piles of beautiful, recovering, emergent woodland have you passed on the way here today? Those piles will stay there for up to 10 years without breaking down if they're piled high enough in the middle of a field and people try to burn them there. They are the repositories for our epiphyte biodiversity, our birds, our little creatures, and that's what we're doing. And we can blame people for paying us to do that, or we can do something about it. Yeah, health and safety? I don't think so. A Mayo hedgerow, completely destroyed, wasn't going out onto the road. And then we're moving diseases around. So this is ash dieback on the twigs by not cleaned material going around cutting. So if you have a flaying hedge cutter and it hasn't been cleaned, it can bring ash dieback around with it. So we end up with sudden oak death and major plant pathogens travelling around. Ivy to us is a huge problem because it covers up the physical space for lichen and moss and liverwort cover on trees. And then I cannot overestimate ammonia air pollution, which will be at 1 microgram per metre cubed in moss and lichen dominated habitats, which should include bogs, but doesn't for political reasons. Studies on fungi, we've done quite a bit over 30 years, a lot of it never read, I imagine, and are currently working on ancient woodland indicator lichenised and non-lichenised fungi. So that's what a happy tree can look like in the west of Ireland, or used to be in the east of Ireland, but a remnant population only at Powerscourt and maybe in Abbeyleix now. I'll skip that. We work with the Poisons Information Centre, but there's lots of things we can do better for fungi and for that as a proxy for many other things. So conservation it's deeply embarrassing that we have so few fungi on our conservation list. It's actually probably illegal, and I think Albania and ourselves, probably Albania has passed us out in looking after this, because I've been saying this sentence for the last 12 years and nothing has happened. Yeah, you know, but I think Ursula covered so much of this, but even things like education and secure access to study herbarium materials, even access to what we should know already and what we should be able to get our heads around. But how to protect ourselves from species coming into Ireland, I don't know how we do that. It's an uphill climb, clearly. I'm just being a bit juvenile. And you can have fun with fungi, fun with flags, cookouts, and people trying in safe environments to try something. It brings them into the whole idea that fungi happen here. Fungi can be safe and beneficial to many other organisms besides ourselves, and that there's a huge raft of them out there. So exhibitions that are kind of information and entertainment. And then we'll have some meetings coming up at the end of the year next year. And I had loads of other things to say, and I'm sorry I didn't get to them, but I think we should probably stop me talking now. I'm just looking down the list, Catherine. I did want to say that if we come at things from an ecocide, a legal perspective, not that Ireland is strong on environmental law, but a lot of people, well, the people who are in there are trying very hard to improve the situation. But if we put a price tag on nature, we end up with greenwashing, and we're seeing an awful lot of that. And the drowning out of the message that is really, really essential to put out there is that humans are having such a devastating effect on so much of our surroundings, and we're going to be the losers because our soil is washing away from flashy flooding events that we saw again this week, and we're polluting our rivers and forming huge deltas out to sea and polluting our marine environments with the soil that runs off because we have removed the vegetation that has covered and protected our soils and kept it there. 15%, I think, of our land area around the world is farmable, and we're losing that, and it's getting less fertile. And people are coming up with so many biocontrols, bioenhancers, soil conditioners, soil ameliorants. They're all fertilizers. And when you go in to buy a bag of compost, if you don't produce your own compost, no, there will be soil ameliorants, soil conditioners in there, and you don't know what they are. And I would encourage everybody to compost their own and use their own 100%. Thank you.
Excellent.
Try
Thanks.
compost here. I will stop.
Oh, I think that's a great note to end on. I think I vastly overestimated how much could be said about these things and how much time we'd have for Q&A. And I see lunch is just arriving as well. Yeah. And I think one of the, I see one question, so we will get a question in. But I think one of the really two really good takeaways from it is that we do have to keep talking about these things. And you know, as you said, there are a lot of very good people in areas, a very small number of them, but they're doing really good work trying to get these issues to the forefront. And if we keep talking about them, keep telling everyone about them, and just have these conversations and tell our politicians and everyone about them, you know, something must happen. So, and another is that from both of your presentations is the real need for local nurseries of Irish provenance seeds. So I think that would be a good one to put into any kind of submission anyone might be making. We'd have one question over here, and then I'll let you all go for lunch.
Thank you so much, Maria, for an excellent presentation. I'm a fungi enthusiast and forager. My question to you is, what's your view about growing oyster mushrooms at home on spent coffee grounds? Does it have a positive or negative impact on the environment?
I've done this as a project. It was called Farm Fungi, and we grew oyster mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms. I don't think they have a negative effect. Shiitake don't grow here naturally, and they do, from experiment now, I can say they really do like oak over anything else, which is intrinsic in their name in Japanese. So, but oyster mushrooms are saprobic, maybe slightly parasitic. I know there's Ash and Rowan experience oyster mushroom infection, predation, or just breakdown of dying material. I don't see that as a really difficult one at all. They are not going to mess with our mycorrhizal associations. They're already here. And so I would say keep growing them on your coffee grounds and enjoying them. But what is a problem is the selection recently of, and internationally with a third country, of things like Paxillus involutus, Hebeloma species. These are mycorrhizal species that we can do here anyway, but selection of strains internationally is being done. Bioprospecting used to be a dirty word, I suppose, but now there are increasing numbers of papers in the 2020s with bioprospecting in the title of the paper, as if it's something wonderful and to be proud of. So I think Ireland is in a very vulnerable position because we have not completed our Nagoya Protocol. Now, Nagoya Protocol is rife with problems and in some ways has kind of inadvertently or otherwise led to a bit of neo-colonialism when it comes to exploration of the different ranges of organisms that are in different parts of the world and the drivers for that exploration. So if it's linked with pharma or other major money-making ways of driving the investigation, it's worrying. But I think for us to be willingly exporting genetic material and losing our intellectual property and our genetic resource to other countries willingly or paying for the privilege, I think that's a no-no. And the species selection needs to be very carefully thought through so that toxic species or species that cause toxicity in humans and perhaps other mammals and other creatures beyond that really need to be carefully deselected, I think, really from the panel of potential species for this bioprospecting.
Thanks for that. Okay, so lunch has just arrived. We have a selection of vegan, veggie and meat. So I think there are some labels coming, but you can have a look. And if there's any celiacs or anything like that, let me know. We did put down for one celiac, but if you have any other dietary requirements, let me know and we'll sort you out. We'll get the house lights up as well, give you a bit more light and let you walk around and get some energy back. It was a very heavy morning.
Yes, sorry for that. Trying to lighten up for that.
Thanks everyone, and we'll come back to it at 1:15. Thanks. Hello? Oh, here we go. Hi, everyone. I'm only interrupting you for a short time. So we're just at 1:15. This is our our designated workshop knowledge share time. So there's still lots of time for talking. Don't worry, I won't be interrupting you too much. But I would like to ask everyone to grab a lovely coloured piece of paper that's on their table. And whoever doesn't have one can grab one from me up here. Choose one, choose a colour. with the next presentation. Thanks. Oh, I'll bring this one.
Did you say that you're taking a picture now?
No, I'll take photos of the pieces of paper.
Oh, the pieces.
Yeah. I took a few just around the thing already. Yeah. We are live streaming the event and recording it, but I just wanted to let you know that Owen, who is our live stream manager back there, and he's brought all his cameras and all his equipment, and he's been absolutely Trojan on this event. But he's just asked me to let you know that he's an environmental multimedia producer, and he's available for any kind of multimedia work, from live streaming to aerial video and mini documentary production as well. So if any of you have any of those kind of ideas that you'd like to get off the ground, you can talk to Owen after the event. He's just back in the corner here. So I will go around and collect your cards during the next speaker presentation. But I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is Eamon McLaughlin. And he's a qualified hedge layer. He's been a qualified hedge layer for 20 years. And he's actually only one of 5 or 6 hedge layers, qualified hedge layers in the country. So I didn't know they were such a rare breed, but we have one here today. And he's a farmer as well in Athlone. He has a small farm, but he fits in miles of hedgerows into it. He also holds hedge laying competition on the farm. He held it there last year. And he runs hedge laying courses every year as well. So he's going to talk to us about hedgerows, and it's going to be very practical from his own experience as well. So I hope you enjoy it. We'll give a round for Eamon.
Now that sounds okay. I'm 20-year hedge layer, I'm an AO20 qualified. Just a little bit of stats about the hedgerows. We have 300,000 kilometres of hedgerow in Ireland. And in perspective, that means that if you stood on the east coast of America and you walked to the west, you'd have to do it 32 times to cover the same amount of kilometres as we have hedgerows in Ireland. So the hedgerows are vast, absolutely vast. Now, unfortunately, at present, they were surveyed a few different counties over a couple of years ago anyway, and only 20% of our hedgerows is in satisfactory order. So it's a poor enough picture as to what's going on with hedgerows. So this is where I come in the Hedge Laying Association of Ireland. We are trying to train up young people to simply be able to know the way properly to lay a hedge and maintenance of the hedgerow. Now it's a statistic that's still, and things are not improving, right? We're going backwards really. Most of the 70 to 80% of the, as shown here, of the we'll say the birds that depend on the hedgerow for shelter, feed, nest sites, protection. That's mainly what happens with the hedgerow. And also the mammals, very, very important for mammals, badgers, voles, mice, rats. The hedgerow is also used as a mapping device by our bats. Bats are very, 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 very important mammal in our Irish environment. This is the food web here. This is really the biodiversity. This is the biodiversity poster or whatever. Everything is interlinked. Everything is interlinked. One, the berries to robins, everything in a circle eats and is eaten. The barn owl in the centre, the bats, all the wildlife. And this is an example of our what I picked last night out of our local hedge, rowanberry. This is gilder rose, bramble, dog rose. This is holly. This is spindle here. Crabapple. We have 2 crabapples here for jelly making. That's naturally in our hedgerows. And our main 2 here is whitethorn and blackthorn. These you can eat, except the seed in the inside of it. I only found out that at the ploughing match. An old man from Wexford came up and he kept eating these, and he kept taking out the seed. And I said to him, you shouldn't be really eating them. He said, I'm eating them. He says, I'll come back in a half an hour and I won't be dead. So they are very edible, very, very high in vitamin C, and they're actually very, very good for you. And blackthorn here with the sloe on it is another major feeder of the birds in the hedgerow as well. Just going through, that's another kind of a poster of what's in our hedgerows. There's ample amount of every kind of plant and animal that supports our wildlife. This is in the food web as well. This is part of our biodiversity. So that is, now as I go along, guys, anybody that wants to ask a question, you know, you want to ask, I need to be able to react with you guys. Ask me questions, what you need to know, and what, you know, what you want to find out. I'll do my best to tell you. Now, the reason, I have to go back to the stage of explaining what hedge laying is. So a stem, like the stem here, now it's semi-cut at the bottom, it's laid over, you create a hinge, the bark is not upset, the cambium layer on the inside is not detached. The stem that's laid over is alive, and you have vertical growth out of it. So that is the way hedge laying is done. That's the only way hedge laying is done. It brings growth to the base of the hedge. That is the most important, and that's what's known as rejuvenation of a hedgerow. That's about it. I'd have to bring you to a hedge to show the procedure, but roughly what it is going in with an axe or a hook 12 to 18 inches tall, making a hinge down along one side of it, bending it over, and just keep paring the hinge until the stem is laid, and it has to be laid at an angle. The sap rises in the stem. Now we're on the west of the Shannon, so any hedge laying that will be done from here towards Galway, anybody with sheep, the first stem that's laid down is laid tight to the ground. The next one is laid over it, and you finish with a hedge at, we'll say, less than a metre tall. Okay, that's mainly for sheep. Up in Wicklow, up in Kildare, the hedge stems would be stopped that height. So the horses and the whatever cattle wouldn't jump across them. Very same procedure. You have vertical growth out of each piece that's laid over, and that's what hedge laying is about. Different styles. We have just our own Irish style by making the hinge at the bottom, the same as what I'm after explaining, and the stem is just laid over. Different styles of how you keep your brash to one side, and the vertical growth out of is to do the very, very same thing, you know. It's the same idea. Now, what else have I to... That's really it. Now, anybody else, can anybody identify what hedge laying is? Did anybody ever see it going on? Now, I don't want to address anybody that, you know, any farmer that comes in with a digger and breaks down the hedgerow and it ticks the box with the department. That is not hedge laying. Nobody has identified that. No. Well, that's good. We're on a positive. That is not hedge laying, you know, although I have to be very critical of the department because, you know, any farmer, I've seen loads of farmers doing this, and I've got 2 machines myself, but it's absolutely, it's mortal sin now to be doing that to a hedgerow. It's mortal sin because, number one, the heels is not cut off. When you bend over your hedgerow, you're tidying it up, it looks good, but the breakage on the bottom is prone to letting down the water down into the plant, and in a few years the hedgerow is dead. But it ticks the box, the department don't know any different. So we're trying to promote the proper way of hedge laying. And having said that, it's hard work, but it must be done properly. So that's the...
Can I ask you, sorry?
Yes.
The common practice now in a lot of roadside hedge management is these machines with these big blades that go along.
Correct.
And they mangle the trees.
Yeah.
And does that cause infection?
Yes.
Does that damage the trees?
Yeah.
Because we've lost so many local crabapple trees in our hedgerows that people used to forage and were great for the wildlife and biodiversity. But they're gone now.
Yeah.
This year I went to find them and I couldn't find any.
Yeah.
All I saw was mangled trees.
Yeah, absolutely true. The flail it should be banned. If I was the department minister, I'd ban it straight away. There's plenty of other ways of cutting a hedge without using a flail. A flail is not, it shouldn't be regarded as cutting a hedge, it's butchering a hedge. Yes. Because if you have a stem, now I've seen, we we got a lot of calls here last year. There was a hedge outside of Mullingar, a beech hedge, maybe about 20 years of age, and it was flailed and 2 foot off the ground. And it was flailed in such a way that it was broken to the ground.
Yes.
Now you're exposing all the stems to rot and disease. And eventually, now you will get a little bit of reshoots out of it. It might survive for another year, but mainly the rot, when it gets down, it goes down to the roots, you know, and it's really brutality. Now,
How can we stop that?
well, I don't know. You see, it's another problem with our department. Nobody identifies the right thing.
No, but what the response that you get when you speak to local people about
Yeah.
it, they'll come back with you. Health and safety.
Yeah, that is true.
We're
Yeah.
responsible
Yeah.
for making sure that there's no overhang
Yeah.
and there's no this.
Yeah.
But it's like a radical mastectomy. It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
everything
It
gets
is. Yeah,
annihilated.
that is true. That is absolutely true. But it's not good. It can be. I've got a machine. It's the old style finger bar hedge cutter, and it's made in Slane track make them. You can attach it to a tractor or a mini digger, and it puts a clean cut into your hedge. You can cut up to 40 mil with it. Lovely clean cut. You can take it up or down, and it leaves the cut that you have. It's a coppice, like a coppice cut, and regrowth is from that cut again. The plant is safe.
Yeah.
You know, it's out there. Only it won't be implemented. You know, that is the problem.
Is that finger bar, is that vertical as well?
You can do, well, when you're on a mini digger, it'll do both. You can cut flat. It comes with a cradle head that fits your mini digger. So you can cut. You can actually adjust it and cut it on the inside of electric fence as well. You can go over and back along. Brilliant machine. Absolutely. So it's.
Eamon, is fire blight disease still a major threat to hedge laying?
Yes.
Could you give us what's the latest on that?
I
please?
don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. It's only on. It's at research at the minute. It's out there. It's out there. Absolutely. Yeah. I couldn't give a definitive answer on it, you know, but it is. Now, just another problem we have found. You know, the same as this lady was saying here about the, health and safety and visual. When you come out your gate, you can't see up or down. There is an aspect to it. But the major thing with that is people come around with a budget, a sprayer, and a spray Roundup. And they go up in the hedge, down onto the bank, and you have 4, whatever amount of meters killed outright altogether. Yeah. Like instead of simply strimming it or just cutting back, with the hedge clippers, neatly cutting it, that you can look up and down. It's not impossible to do, Yeah. So that's another major problem.
I just want to ask you, what kind of education, if any, are local authorities looking for, or do they look for? Do they come to you to find out anything of the information you've just given us?
No, unfortunately, very little.
I live in Kerry, and that's what I'm finding too when I inquire. And do you know if it's incorporated into engineering training at this point?
No, it's not.
Still isn't?
No, it is not. It is not. And the problem we find as well is it's not taught in schools. It's not taught in. I'm trying to take out the TYs out of our local and 5th class. It should be taught for ag science, and it should be taught also in when you do your green cert. It should be taught.
The little ones are doing it.
The little ones are doing it. Yeah. As I was telling to Maeve there, when I take out 5th and 6th class out of national school, it's an enjoyable day. These guys are willing to learn and willing to look at everything that's incorporated with the hedgerow.
When it comes to the engineering department,
they don't want to know. They don't want to know. And there's such a now we get on well with birdwatch. We have and all the groups, but the hedgerow is it's the only place wildlife can go anymore. If anybody, we do always say, where did you see such and such an animal? It ran into the hedge. It was sitting on the hedge. It was breeding in the hedge. Everything is to do with the hedgerow. There's no other place for them. We had a class down in Longford here back a while ago there, and lovely hedge, replanted hedge, and there was, we discovered, we lay at about maybe 40 or 50 metres, we discovered that there was no bird's nest in it. You know, and I thought, God, this is unusual. But our friend, she's a biologist, said there's nothing for the birds to eat. Around 50 acres around was ryegrass. That was mentioned before here. You know, this is the biodiversity. This is why everything is so much linked together. You know, everything is linked together. And if you stop one thing, if you stop the feed, you lose the insects, you lose everything down along the line from it. You know, it's a rather, look at it, it's a sad state of affairs. You know, so that's unfortunately the way it is. You know, but we're trying to, and just sorry, I just.
The laws are there. They're not implemented. You know.
They're not. No, they're not. They're not. You know, and look at, you can, if you legally, you know, to cut a hedge out of the season. The season is from the 1st of September to the last day in February. But if you notify your council that you can't see around the corner, you can cut away. Oh, yeah. Now, if you have a guy with a hedge cutter on, he's going to do as far down as he can and as far up as he can. You know, so it's.
Yeah, it doesn't stop them in taking them out. The law might be there that says
Yeah.
they can't cut them.
Yeah, you're right.
March and August.
Yeah, that is true.
But it does not stop them going in and taking out
You're right. Yeah.
of hedgerows.
Yeah.
I see that all the time.
Yeah, yeah. Now another major problem, well, it's not a problem, well, it is, everything is a problem, I suppose, but we came across a farm, everybody spoke about this from Tipperary, not a horticulture, a guy that breeds horses, bought 200 acres of land, and he took out something like 1.5 miles of hedgerow. Literally took it out. He left one 200-acre farm with a roadway down the middle. Okay. Now the compensation he paid, he doesn't draw his single farm payment. He's scot-free. The timber burnt. Your man told me that the timber, the harvest, some of the timber, it burnt for nearly 3 weeks. He got off scot-free. There was miles. He said literally miles of mature hedgerow in it. You know. But that's the way it is. That's the, like, it should be outlawed. You should not, you know.
I think Niall Hatch from Birdwatch Ireland is looking at setting up a campaign.
Yes.
To get the public involved, to stand up and vote with our feet and demand a stop to the destruction of the hedgerows.
That is true. That is true. And we come across as well problems that, you know, you can only hedge lay. Now, I didn't bring in the tools. You can only hedge lay with an axe, a billhook, or a hand hook. You put the cut into the stem with those two only. Now, you might have to use a chainsaw if slightly bigger, but that is the procedure. That's the way it was done 200 years ago. Like, this goes back to the, you know, the identification of hedge laying. Napoleon, when he crossed through France in the 18th, early 17th century, wondered why his horsemen couldn't get through the hedges. It was slowing them up. And when they went back to document it, the hedges were laid. Now that's too, they can't do it now. You know, the hedge laying is not out there at the minute. You know, it's rather sad. It's backwards we're going. It's really backwards we're going. You know, and the hedgerow is so important for all the things that I'm showing you there. That's a very, what I took those out of there now is a very, very important hedge. Ella McSweeney, I done an item on Ear to the Ground with Ella McSweeney. She took an axe in her hand and she laid 3 stems. Anybody can hedge lay, you know. Now, a positive thing, out of all that we trained up last year, just under 50% were women and young girls, you know, so it's good, you know. But the procedure of hedge laying is the same as it was, you know, 2 to 3, even the 12th century. I looked it up here the other night. There was notification of hedge laying in the 12th century, you know, so it's.
Okay, sorry, we have a question over here, and then yourself, and then there was a question over here as well.
Yeah.
And yourself. Can I ask if you have a question to raise your hand and we'll get a mic to you? Because if you don't use the mic, the people watching can't hear. So, you know, we might be able to hear each other, but that's it. Here you are.
Yeah, thank you. So it's maybe more of a comment than a question, if that's okay, please. So if a farmer takes out a hedgerow, I think he has to replace a hedgerow.
Correct.
But I'm sure you well know, if a hedgerow has been in place for 200 years or longer, it has such an association of biodiversity with it, from fungi to lichens to birds. And it also links maybe to my second point, which is a local hedgerow in Tipperary or in Westmeath or wherever is not just local, but it has a global connection, because you're going to have in April, you're going to have the willow warbler, the chiffchaff and the blackcap flying in from Mediterranean or Africa. And from now on, when the weather gets a bit colder, you're going to have the cousins of the thrushes, the redwing and the fieldfare coming in from Scandinavia.
Yeah.
So I think, as you said, if we can educate the county council officials and the students about the local and the global.
Yeah, that is true. And just going back to the point there about flailing a hedge, like the berries that's on those hedgerows at the minute, if I flail that, all them berries are turned into the ground. They're of no use to anything. You know, I know it's not possible to cut every hedge at the end of the season, but there should be a majority of hedgerows left that the birds can eat the berries, forage off them, take shelter in the leaves, take shelter in whatever foliage is left, and then cut them towards the end of the season. You know, there's a way around all these things. You know, there is a way around them. You know, so now Maeve.
Thanks, Eamon. Eamon, I was going to ask you, like, your own background. Did you learn it growing up, or did you come to it, like, did you learn it from books, and the people in the association now, what would be the tradition of learning it also with them?
Well, my background is I saw my father hedge laying when I was quite small. You know, I saw, you see, the problem today is, well, the problem, I keep calling it a problem, it was the fact of hedge laying was an art that if cattle broke out, if my cattle broke out into your field and there was a gap in the hedge, you just went and you laid a stem down into it. That there was no stakes, you couldn't buy thorny wire, you know, you couldn't get cheap wire. So you had to maintain your hedgerows as a field boundary and as a stock-proof boundary. So you had to be able to hedge lay. Everybody hedge laid. It was a thing like milking a cow. Everybody back 20 years ago could milk a cow. Nobody could milk a cow. I have a young lad that works, that milks 100 cows there. He's 15 years of age, you know, and press the buttons. That's all he understands. If you put a bucket under a cow that he milks, he wouldn't know what to do with him. You know, and it's the very, very same with hedge laying. There's no, you know, it's an old art, but it's a dead art now at the minute. Nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to take an axe in their hands and a pair of, you know, heavy gloves and lay. But that was the reason. It was a practical thing to do. It was a necessity. You had to be able to hedge lay. Otherwise, your stock were gone everywhere, gone onto the roads. So that's why it has changed in that respect, you know. But we'll have to change it back, you know, before all our hedgerows are gone. And we have the most unique, I suppose the most unique in Europe at the minute, or the most unique in the world with all the amount of hedgerows that we have. Now, maybe not in great condition, but, you know, we're still holding on to them or whatever, you know. So this is why we're, you know, trying to run these courses and get, you know, the word out that this is still going on or whatever, you know. So it's in that way. It's hopefully we have to look on the positive side of it as well, you know. So,
Eamon, thank you so much. I suppose one of the issues is that for a contractor to cut a hedge, a kilometre of hedge is upwards of €40, and to flail a hedge is upwards of €70 a kilometre. So that's the driver.
It is.
And someone's making that decision to pay that, you know, that's policy.
Yeah.
So that can be changed.
Yes.
And needs to be changed back to wrap around with your work and Heritage Council's efforts to bring back traditional ways of doing things.
Yeah. That is absolutely true. You see, it's the price. It's the price of, you know, you put all. Now, having said that, there is one kind of positive thing to that is, most of the guys that when the 1st of February comes, they take the hedge cutters off because it's, you know, it's gone out. And generally with a phone, like you can hear a flailing going on miles away, and also a saw head on the end of either a tractor or a digger. So it's a disincentive that they have to put this stuff back on to cut that, you know, cut that metre a hedge row or whatever, do you know? So that is, but you see, it's the price again. Like, we have a minimum price of €15 a metre now to lay a standard hedge. We'll say a hedge that was planted 12 years ago. Like, you know, €40, €40 to €60 per metre he'll cut from here to the you know, the bridge in Athlone. You know, so like with like, you know, we're way down the pecking order in that way. You know, but it should be changed. It will have to be changed or whatever. You know, so it's.
Hi, Eamon, and thanks. It's good listening to you. I think a lot of the problem too. This is more of an observation rather than a question. Is the fact that in a lot of these scenarios, you just talked about a stud farm owner that removed all the hedgerow. In a lot of the cases, it's not actually the owner or the farmer that's doing it, it's a contractor. So I think what we need to do, and what should be done urgently, is that some of these contractors need to be pulled in, because a lad who's driving a machine for a living, it's up to him to educate himself, that whether it's drainage of a protected area, or digging in a bog, or a callows, or hedge, as you say, destruction, they know what they're doing is wrong, or somebody, you know, cutting down trees during a nesting season that's a tree surgeon. They know what they're doing is wrong, but they are not been prosecuted for it either. And I think that's a huge problem. Whereas if a machine driver's pulled in and said, you shouldn't have dredged that river at that time, or you shouldn't have took out that hedge, and implement a fine on them. And their association, I mean, the local authorities know who the lads are that are cutting the hedges because they have them on their books.
Yeah, that is true. And there was an incident there lately about the law going to be changed, that if, you know, that the hedge laying cutting should be extended, you know, at the end of February, maybe the end of March. But every contractor in my locality were cutting on into that again. And they turn around and say, do you know, I didn't know. Isn't that the law? The dates was changed. It wasn't changed. It was proposed to be changed, but it wasn't changed. And any excuse to do, it's not so much the wrong thing, but just to carry on as normal, you know. And that's a major, and you're right, that's a very, very valid point, that everybody, the laws should be out there for everybody to look up and know, and, you know, proper procedure to prosecute them or whatever, you know. So it's look, I don't know, I have to be positive a bit as well, otherwise I wouldn't keep going or whatever, you know. But we have to, it's the identifying of what is, you know, how important our hedgerows are and how they should be maintained and how they should be looked after, you know. So it's a difficult one, you know.
Can you give me your thoughts on this, please? I live in Wicklow. We have about 100 metres of along the side of the road, and it's all gorse.
Oh yeah.
Now, it's a fire hazard.
Right.
And I'm wondering how it can be improved. Is it valid as a hedge for wildlife?
Yeah.
And how can it be improved and made less of a fire hazard?
Yes. Gorse can be laid. Gorse can be laid. Brilliant hedgerow. Absolutely brilliant hedgerow. It's like talking about having thorns on the blackthorn and whitethorn. Your gorse is up with the best of them. So it can be laid. It can be got into a very, very manageable, nice hedgerow. I wouldn't see that as a problem at all. I've been asked that question here, even in the new acre scheme. The new acre scheme it's going to be, the application forms are out in January. The people start to go into it. And that was asked here the other day. You know, could gorse be identified as a hedge to be laid? And yes, it can.
What height would it go? Would you get it to?
You could let it grow on. It doesn't make any difference. See, the idea of the hedge laying is bring the rejuvenation and the regrowth to the base of the hedge. So we advise that if you're going to propose to lay a hedge, let it get very, very tall, because that height, the height of that ceiling there, when I put a cut into the base of that and I bring it over, that means I'm keeping that length, but I'm putting it down to whatever height you want to finish it, and it's still growing. You know, and it's the same with the gorse. If you keep that high, you can take the two sides of it off, because it'll have to be taken off to lay anyway. You have to get into the base of the stem to put the cut in to lay it over, and it'll regrow.
There's no way of lessening the possibility of gorse fire. This is at the edge of the road.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, I know that is the problem. And when it gets really dry in the summertime of the year, it's very flammable. It's very flammable kind of stuff, you know. It is, absolutely, yeah. So it's a problem. Sure, look at this fine year that has gone by. It's a problem with all hedgerows, and you know, grass that has grew back or whatever, you know. But
birds use gorse. Oh
yes, birds will nest in it. Brilliant nesting site. See, when you bring over, we have found this as well. When your stem is standing up straight, every nest that we photograph in the hedgerow, we know everything that's in the hedgerow. Like I'm taking down a stem the height of the ceiling. When I lay that down to 30 degrees or 10 degrees, everything, I can identify everything that's in it. Every bit of fungi, every bit of growth, everything that's on it, I can identify it, because it's visual. And we notice now that this is where the birds are building. You've got a horizontal site, vertical, horizontal site, straight away it's your foundation. It's a foundation for the nest for the bird, and he's going to build in it. So it's a major nest site, a laid hedge. So but the gorse is no problem to lay at all. Now it's hard stuff to handle, all right, but look, they're all the same, you know. They're all the same. What part of the country are you in? Wicklow. Oh yes, yeah, you would. Yeah, no problem in that way. And it'll go into an acre scheme as well. You know, it's part of the new acre scheme as well, you know. So that's the. Now, any other? Yes, this.
There are a few questions. Can I suggest that you talk us through hedge laying with that 1 minute video to illustrate it?
Yes, perfect, Catherine. Yes,
that would be great. Because I know myself.
I'll just answer that lady's question there. Yeah.
Oh, sure. And you had a question as well. I'll get back to you as well.
One quick question or observation. Would you comment, please, on what I see as a huge taking out of hedgerows and trees by the local authorities?
Yes.
And in the supposed interest of safety. Yeah. And again, as I see it, is creating highways for speeds and potential increase in death and fatal injury.
Yeah, well, that is true.
That's at a personal level. But, you know, what's happening there, or what's the position in relating to the county councils or environmental officers or whoever else are involved? It's enormous. You go to travel a road one day and everything is intact. A day or two later, it's closed off. Travel that road again and everything's gone. Yeah. The eyes pop out of my head sometimes.
Yeah, I know, that is true. Yeah, that is true.
So
now,
any way of communicating?
Yeah, well, legally, you can't take them out. Now, we have research done that, you know, going into a site, you know, where the sight lines are wrong and the hedges are either taken out, the hedges can be moved back. If you take the hedge, no matter how old, if you dig a trench where you're going to reuse where you need it, you just dig the white thorn up, coppers it off, dig it up, plant it in, cover it up with soil, section it down or squeeze it down, and the hedge will grow. You lose it, no. That thing of pulling out the hedges, you know, these ancient hedges, that thing's not right. That shouldn't be allowed. Yes, absolutely true. But you see, what's happened is, it's like with all the things with the council. You take a photograph. Who do you send it to? Where do you go with it? You need to identify the road that it's on. You need to identify there's so much rigmarole into investigation. The same with the jumping that was talking about here. That's around here.
look so destructive. I didn't actually know that hedge laying was you're literally laying down the hedge.
Yeah.
I thought I was just planting trees. So I thought this was quite illuminating.
Yeah, that is, well, that is the procedure. Now I'm going to just I'll stand here. Do you want to take down the lights just a little bit, Niall? Now this is the procedure. This is the hinge. You lay in only one direction. Now I can't identify who that is now. It's going too fast. But no, that is really what hedge laying is. It's the coppicing off. Now this piece here that's cut off, that's what they call the heel. That would be sticking up where the stem was. That should be cut off, which it is cut off. It's a one Donnelly. Yeah, he's a guy from Waterford. Now the south of England style. This is just a different style depending on what livestock you have.
Sorry, one here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there we
Sorry,
go.
Roger,
This is just a minute as well.
Now this is our display trailer now this is actually this time last year, that's myself, this time last year at home. Now that's a hedge, about 18-year-old. Now you see the cut has been made here. That's the staking. That's the hinge. That's just pruning off what's not needed. That's cutting off the heel. Most important cut that has gone into it. That's binding. That's stake and binding. Now that's another piece that's been laid, and just the heel again. Now that's hedge. That's a bit of vintage we had that day as well. Now I'm going to tell you a very, we had just a vintage show on that day. We do try and have a bit of everything to do with the hedgerows. That's a beekeeper from just outside Kilbeggan. Now Pippa Hackett is there as well. That's Pippa Hackett, whether you're involved in greenery or not. That's the site itself.
Sorry, I'll put this one on again so that you can see it with the lights off.
Now every hedge laying style is the same. It's the same basic cut at the base of the stem.
And you were saying it's 80% of the way through the base of the stem.
It's about 80%. It's about 80%. But that's why you have to pair it with the axe to get the hinge flexible enough to bend over. Now, what a lot of people don't understand, every piece that's laid there is alive, because you have that. The cambium layer is not broken. The bark is still intact, and the minimum amount of white timber is left. So now that hedge, when that gets 1 year growth, that is literally nothing will get through it. I done my assessment in the Ag College in Mount Bellew, and brother Tom, this is a good while ago now, was looking after the lambs, and he had a whole lot of spring lambs that was born that was let out, and he said the fox, some guys was shooting these foxes, and the fox came in the gate and he went round the field and he had to go back out the gate again. He couldn't get out to the hedge. And that is literally, you have regrowth, especially from the base here, you have vertical regrowth. Every piece of that is growing, every piece is alive. There's no gaps in it, absolutely no gaps. Now that's south of England, that's slightly higher. The hedgerow is finished maybe at 5 to 6 foot. Now in the west, or anybody with sheep, them stems are laid almost horizontal, and you're tightly packing them down. The procedure is the very, very same. That's just a different style. There's a whole lot of styles like that, you know. So that is the
If my memory serves me from the other video as well, he was saying that you lay it uphill. And what would be the purpose of laying? So you're pushing them down so that they're going. Following the hill.
Yeah, it's the fact of the stem being turned. You know, the more the stem faces up, the faster the sap will rise in it. So if you have, that's the problem with breaking them down with a digger. You know, they're everywhere. you know, they could break off at 5 foot and they're still going down to the ground there. Well, that stem is dead, you know. So it's this work with the digger is just not on, and that's it, you know. So that's about. I don't think I have any more questions.
There's a few more questions about, yeah.
Yeah, and just a general observation more than anything else. A very well presented presentation on hedge laying and the importance of it involved in tidy villages. But I suppose from a visual point of view, that we're gone to a very tidy towns and tidy villages up and down the country doing amazing works or whatever. Is there an overspill into the countryside of having this perfect tidy countryside, and that we are now looking at, say, cutting down your hedges or whatever, clean lines and well presented? Like, is there a need for that overspill into the hedges and the boundaries inside the road line, if you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have we gone too far off this image of tidiness, if you know what I mean? Like, well, nature is wild, and it should be left wild, within reason.
Well, that is true, so
the question is there too much of an emphasis on tidy countryside?
Yeah, well, that is true. But the only thing about that is the hedges in Ireland is number one for a farmer, and whatever amount of farmers is here, for me as a farmer, my hedge has to be stockproof. Number one. Now, if you have a stockproof hedge, that means you have no gaps in it. All these guys are going to go in it. You have no gaps this size, the cattle walking in and out through it. So straight away, you're laying your hedge, you're bringing the biodiversity back into it, you're bringing the wildlife. Everything is going to nest, everything is going to live, you know. But it's laid in such a way that it's stockproof, number one, and the rest just follows on from that. Now, the disadvantage with hedge laying is the stems that's been showed here, they will never be seen again. You know, that amount of work, because there's that much regrowth out of them. It's like, I have hedges at home that in the winter time of the year, you can't see through them. You can't, if you go down to a hedge that's laid, you literally can't see through it. It's that thick and it's that dense. It's a pure dense, you know, factor on your farm or image on your farm, you know. Now, it is gone, as you were saying, it is gone a little bit aesthetic looking, you know, that they should all be, you know, within reason, within reason. But it's the basic structure of the hedge and what it should do when it's stock-proof. That's the number one. Everything else follows after that, you know. Everything comes back into it as a result, you know. So it's now to tidy towns. There was a question asked there. I done a short hedge laying job in our local village in Tubber. I only looked at it here the other day. It's an aspect in tidy towns that carries a lot of marks, you know. So now I'm not sure about the rules and regulations. It changes quite a lot, but that was one of the aspects of tidy towns, that it gains a lot of marks. But on the other hand, unless you're somebody that knows what hedge laying is about, you don't know what hedge laying is about. So if you get your super value guy that comes out and looks at it, he doesn't know how to hedge. He doesn't know what a hedge is, number one. He doesn't know what hedge laying is, number two. So, you know, it's a bit of a, you know, it's a bit of a qualm or whatever, you know. So that's the.
Yeah, one up here and then one back here as well.
Eamon, that's great talk. I suppose that hedgerow I showed that disappeared in our town, we had engaged and we had Owen Donnelly arranged and agreed, and our idea was so we approached the developer because it had been one of these strategic housing developments and it had already gone through, but we approached the developer and asked, could we work together and could we engage somebody and to come over and walk about? And, you know, I was pretty sure the hedge could be laid. And then we said in return, as sort of part of the non-tidy town section of the tidy towns, you know, that we would profile that and we would send it and we would use it as an example to send out in terms of educating the developers and sort of really giving it a high profile, because we have a network around the county. What we actually found in the end was that because it bordered another housing estate, it was the people in the housing estate didn't know what we meant.
Right.
And they wanted the hedge gone.
Yeah, that is true.
And the developer sort of played on that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And he made an agreement, even though he had made an agreement and, you know, we had agreed price and all to get Owen to come in to lay the hedge.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I was just thinking in terms of what you were saying about school children, and I think that might be the only way, because again, I was talking to farmers last week, and I know like it's in the Acres programme, but sort of the comment was actually made, who cares?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's no longer necessary to have a hedge, you know, that a hedge is stock-proof because you've post and wire fencing, and that's basically what, you know, or the electric fence, you know. And so if a programme could be developed around the schools, to all the schools, and if you're training young people, that could then go out and train young people and get paid for it.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true. That's
and get it to every school in the country at, you know, at you know, whatever it is, something they could do in transition year.
Yeah, yeah.
And as you said, you know, and I know, they'll absolutely love it if they go out and do it.
Yeah, they will. Oh, absolutely. And I was saying there as well that, you know, the 5th and 6th class, this is such a day of entertainment, such a day of fun, you know, such a day of fun that we have. But the message was got out, you know, and it's the same, you know, the kids, they don't, unless they look it up. And that's another problem. See, everything is on screen. You know, the Acres is on a screen. You pick out your hedgerow from the laptop. You don't do that. You cannot pick out a suitable hedge layer. Now, when I'm good friends with my local planner himself, and I do get out and do demonstration and try and talk to these farmers. But on a screen, a hedgerow is a hedgerow. It's suitable or not only by walking it. And you want to walk it and know what direction you're going to start to lay it, how many gaps is in it. You know, whether it's uphill or downhill, as Catherine said, you know, all these things have to be identified, but not on a screen. You know, that is the... But you're right about you know, the schools. This is what we need to be, you know, getting in. And the same with transition and, you know, ag science and into the colleges as well. It used to be an aspect in your green cert. That's no longer. You know, things has changed. Things, unfortunately, has changed. And then, you know, well, we find, you know, the insurance, we thought insurance would be huge, you know, for some beginner now to take an axe in their hand or a double-edged bill hook, you know, and start swinging it around. But if you have anybody responsible and show them, you know, how to do it right, it's not a problem, you know, it's not a problem. So it's you know, it can be done, but we just need, but our problem is, and I don't know whether there's any department people here or not, you know, our department don't know what, number one, they don't know what a hedge is, as you know, and number two, they don't know what hedge laying is. They don't know what species is in it. They don't know what it creates or supports. So, you know, unless you start there as well, you can't, you know, you're at a stone wall straight away, you know. So.
I suppose the other thing is this idea of these hedges, you know, with, you know, and now the advice is being given out that they should all be like thorn trees that are, you know, and it's this standard, it's like one size fits all.
Yeah.
And I suppose what's really, the people don't know this, but, you know, the importance of the different hedgerows.
Yeah.
You said you had obviously a very diverse.
Yeah, there's 18, there's actually 19 species in that hedge. Yeah. There's 19 species. That's not counting, you know, we'll say all the flowers and stuff that grows on the yeah.
And you know, the importance of the townland hedgerows.
Yeah, that is true.
And I suppose if I had gotten to it on my slides, what can I do? You know, how you can look that up.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. Well, the All Ireland Survey, now I live in a place called Tinnymuck. It's an Irish, but we have east, west and north. and that defines the boundaries between by a hedgerow. You know, now it's an old, very, very old hedgerow. It doesn't, see, it goes back to my point. There was no mini diggers back then. There was no, you know, there was no diggers. You just didn't plant a straight hedge. You went round what was there. It goes round at the back of the mast rock. East is here, west is here. It went round there. It was planted. I don't know how long ago it was planted. You know, it's colossal. Now it needs to be laid as well. You know, and just going back to acres there. You mentioned acres, the new environmental scheme. What I've done in the environmental scheme is wrong. You have to have all your hedge laying done within, you go in January, so you've only 2 months of the first year, you have 6 months in the next year, and that's the end of it. So you have to have your hedge laying done in the first 2 years of a 5-year plan. Now that is not possible. That is number one, that is wrong. You know, now there's generally the cycle of a hedgerow. A properly laid hedgerow gives a life of 30 to 40 years. So within that, now I'm going back on some of mine that I done 20 years ago that needs to be done again.
That was kind of another question I had, Eamon. Is there a book that describes what would have happened traditionally in Ireland and exactly that point? You know, I know from listening to my father talking about how certain portions might have been laid at different, so it was rotational.
Yes, that is true. That is true. But it also goes back to the reason why hedge laying was hedge laying. You couldn't buy stakes, you couldn't buy wire. If you had a cow breaking out, you had to lay into the gap that she broke out in. That was it. But you could lay all year round, now, which was a bit of a disadvantage, you know, but it was a purposeful stock management. You had to keep your stock in your own fields. You know.
Yeah. It just strikes me that a simple booklet or something describing that, because I'm hugely conscious of, you know, there's a lot of people coming out now of college doing environmental work or, you know, getting in on the ecology of all of these schemes that are now being promoted. They actually have very little knowledge. And,
that's exactly it.
So from the point of view of hedges and your knowledge of hedges and the group, it would be terrific if older management methods, you know, not just the actual how you physically lay the hedge, but how hedgerows would have been, and also incorporating, you know, the different hedgerows. I mean, you'll have different hedgerows depending on the underlying soils, you know, and moisture, and again, in the one size fits all, you know, Chagas booklets, etc., it's, oh, you must have a diverse hedgerow, you know, 1 minute. And then the next minute is you must have like just flowering thorn, you know, hawthorn species.
No,
You know,
that is true. That is absolutely true. But just
and
one,
they've raised it now from the 1.5 metres. I think it's up to 2.5.
2.5, yeah,
meters.
That's true. Yeah.
And the sloping, the A-cut, they're hedges. They are hedges because, you know, it's, and, you know, the disease introducing of this continuous and it's, so it would be really helpful, I think, Eamon, another sort of thing would be, you know, just a bite-sized booklet because unfortunately people haven't got the capacity to sit down anymore.
That is true.
You know.
True. Now, another major problem there now, I should have mentioned as well, you know, people that you know, re-sow hedgerows, right? You get five per metre, a foot apart and 2 foot staggered. So with every linear metre, you have to put in 5, you know, generally whitethorn, blackthorn, holly is the 3 main groups, but you can interchange them as well. But if the whitethorn comes in from Holland, whitethorn has a different climate, it comes into flower and comes into leaf, and if you have a late frost in Ireland, in the month of April, your whitethorn is knocked back or dead. Do you know? Now that's not rocket science to anybody, do you know? It's not rocket science to anybody. And it's not, we try and tell people at the ploughing match, this is what should be done. And when you go to your local guy, he doesn't know where they come from. He supplies from some other, you know, like a Musgraves or somebody else that, you know, brings them in and sells them. You know.
Okay, so we have 3 more questions lined up, and then I think that's all we're going to get to because we're actually just hit 3 o'clock, just about. So I'll pass around to the 3 that have
I'm kind of asking a question from the point of view of a townie, and if you consider nowadays most of the population is kind of urban or suburban, and even within rural areas, there's not that many people directly involved in agriculture. People are kind of commuting to 9-to-5 office jobs. So what I'm asking about is, subsidies and lack of subsidies and different schemes, and the average person in town might have heard of reps and reps 1, and they might be, I don't know if they're still the case or they were years ago. But is it true that a lot of hedges around the edges of fields are getting cleared so that farmers can claim the arable acreage subsidy? And just wondering, is that true, and is that still the case? And then if there's other schemes where they might be getting subsidised to maintain hedges, are they kind of voluntary or opt-in or opt-out, or is there any kind of quick answer that a suburban taxpayer might kind of understand, the next time you're talking to your TD or something like that? Because it seems to be kind of, on one hand, kind of simple when you see what's going on physically, but then the bureaucracy and the financial reasons behind it can be kind of complicated. So is there any kind of short way to summarise that?
Yeah, well, the only thing I'd say to that is removal of hedgerows is, see how removal of hedgerow is identified is, you get your satellite shot every year for your area-based payment, your area aid, right? And on it, if you remove the hedgerow, there's a red line on it. Now you're not told that the hedgerow is gone, your money is stopped on you, a percentage, you could lose 100%. I lately put back in 8,000 whitethorns to replace. Now, it wasn't a hedgerow, it was marked down in the 1901 survey, it was a hedgerow, and he took it out. So that's the only advantage to that now. Now, in the new scheme of things, that if you remove a metre, you have to plant back 2. So that's a disincentive straight away, which is nearly time it was brought in. So people will think twice before they remove it. Now, that's the standard farmer. That's the standard, I'm a small farmer. But then when you get up to the like of the equestrian guy there, now this farmer lost €8,000. If I lost €8,000, I'd be broke. But him is only the sale of, well, I don't know what it is. It's not very much money in that respect. See, this is what's wrong with the whole system. There's a kind of a paintbrush over it all, and it doesn't apply to everybody. And even the bigger dairy farmers now, they're not even drawing their single farm payment. They're doing what they like. So, unfortunately. And I can see your point from an urban, like you're a taxpayer, and this is where a lot of your money is going. But there will be, like in the EU and the tightening up of everything, every bit of money that's going back into agriculture will have to be accounted for. Like we go back here and ask, in the previous last scheme, there was kilometres of hedgerows planted, we'll say 10, maybe 20 years ago. Ideal training hedges. We can't find one. We can't find one because the money was paid, the box was ticked, you took up your electric fence, you let your cattle go through it, the hedgerow is gone. It's awful. It's awful to have to say that, but that is the case of it, And I can see from where you're. Just one other thing from an urban dweller. Security. If you have a whitethorn hedge laid, you don't need no CCTV. Nobody will get into it. Nobody will get through it, and nobody will get over it. Now that's the urban way of looking at a good laid whitethorn hedge or whatever, So.
Hey, we've got one more over here, and then one final comment as well.
Hello, Eamon. I wondered about your experience of working with hedges that have been coppiced on previous agricultural schemes and the continuity of, so the money's gone out through REPS or GLOS or AOS. So we have a farm, so we would have coppiced quite an area, and I wondered how much continuity, so we would have coppiced because they were gone beyond laying. Yes. So how much continuity are you getting? So those hedges should have come back into being ready for hedge laying, and there should be sort of almost a compulsion that they should be managed in a particular way because they have been coppiced. But there isn't a follow-on from one scheme to the next.
There's not. No.
What happens to that hedge?
Yeah, no. Well, very good question, I must say. Excellent question. A coppiced hedge, if it's not cut again, is an ideal hedge to lay. You know the procedure of coppicing. You know, if you take out a stem that size, you'll have a ring of regrowth on it. You know, you'll have regrowth from right around the outside, and you have no disease in it. What you have coppiced out, generally there's disease or something has happened to it. You know, it's grew up too tall. But on a coppiced hedge is ideal hedge to put in for hedge laying. It's ideal. You have regrowth, fresh stems, no disease. You can pick out 3 or 4 of the multitude of stems all around or regrowths, and you're away grey on laying. Ideal. Now it's ideal. But as you said, you're right. There's no continuity between schemes, you know, of one from the other. Unfortunately, that is the way it is. You know. So it's good in that way. Do you know?
Okay, so we have one final comment to finish on. No pressure.
No, it's just a comment. I was reminded of how culturally important the hedgerows were last weekend when I was at the foot of the hill of Tara, and there was the puck fodder going on.
Oh, yes.
And they told me they started off in the killing field. I said, why is it called that? Well, they said, we think some of the 98 men were hung up here. But I could tell that the first hedge they were going over was a townland boundary hedge. And it reminded me of the old Celtic way of walking around the edge of your territory, if you like, marking it. And you had to put the puck over several large trees that were in the different hedges. And you weren't allowed to put the puck into the hedge or you were eliminated.
Yeah.
But they were going to cross every hedge, and they had got permission the night before from all the farmers. Between them and the local parish church in Kilmessan, that was about a mile away.
Oh yeah, I know it well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do actually. Yeah.
And I just reflected on how important hedges are in Ireland.
Absolutely.
Apart from their actual vegetation itself.
Yeah, absolutely true. Yeah, that is true. Majorly important. And every hedge has a story to it, and it reflects. The old saying is, if you go to buy a farm and you look at the hedge left or right of the gate, and if it's a good whitethorn hedge, you don't walk the farm, you just buy the land. It reflects the soil that's in the ground, and all you have to do is look around and see this is the farm to buy. It's a fertile farm. It reflects on what sort of hedgerows is on the ground. And I've heard that story so many times, you know. So it's reflective of the type of hedgerow and how good they are, whether you buy the land or not.
Fantastic. We actually had one final question just from the internet.
There's a small question there from the internet from Ruth Murphy. What species would be best for a laid hedge on a small allotment?
Anything with thorn in it, either whitethorn, blackthorn or holly, readily available. Just make sure that what you buy is of Irish provenance. It's not imported. That's about it.
Good stuff, fantastic. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Now, that's all right. Guys, can I just say one more thing? I'm sorry, you won't get rid of me. Hedgelaying.ie, HLAI.ie, scroll down, you'll find my number, looking for a hedge layer. I'm Eamon McLaughlin. Any query, any question, just give me a call and I'll be able to, well, I'll do my best to answer it or whatever. Yeah.
Fantastic, thanks a million for that. I'll pass those details out. I'll send it on the website as well to all of you. There's also a few free Cron magazines up here as well for anyone if you'd like to take one on the way out. They're brought by Dermot Rackery of Cron here. And just to finish up, to say thanks a million to all of you for coming along. It was great to see you all. And I'll be around for a while if you have any questions or anything like that. Let me know. And other than that, I'll let you go and get on with your lovely Saturday. Thanks, everyone.
So it's Cathy, C-A-T-H-Y.
Give me a mobile now.
087 625 4863.
Oh, so there's a few sandwiches left, so grab them if you want them, because they'll go to